is to develop programs for acquisition of technology for vehicle, especially in automotive sector. This National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025 wouldn't have come at a better time than now that the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has attached great importance to industrial development of the nations in different facets, including technical, vocational, educational, and training, TVET.
Nigeria is on an industrial transformation, but we cannot build a globally competitive industry without the right people, without the right skills, and indeed the right strategy. At NSITF, our mandate is very clear. Under the Employee Compensation Scheme, we provide compensation to workers who suffer injuries, diseases, disabilities, or even death in the course of employment. We're therefore here to ensure that workers who give their strength and their skill to building this nation are not abandoned in times of vulnerability.
Because when we talk about manpower in Nigeria, we look at all the agencies and see ITF beaming at us. I'm particularly delighted by the summit's focus areas, the technology transfer and manpower development. Gender equality in manpower development. No nation, I still repeat, no nation can afford to sideline half of its talent pool.
National manpower is a key ingredient for attracting and retaining domestic investment for industrialization to accelerate Nigeria's economic development. Therefore, today's gathering offers a timely opportunity to deepen our conversation and lay out bold, actionable strategy for a more resilient economy. To accelerate this momentum, we require massive investment in critical infrastructure, addressing critical national priorities in food, energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, housing, as well as energy systems, digital connectivity, transformation, and the social sectors.
Nigeria must align with this drive to equip its citizens with skills that are relevant, adaptable, and future-ready within the national mandate and the renewed hope agenda of our dear President. We must therefore depart from individual efforts to move robust and collaborative efforts to drive this critical mandate where every player knows his role, collaborates effectively, and works towards one shared mandate.
Potential doesn't power our factories. It doesn't create the exports that we all yearn for. It's productivity that does. Productivity is the lifeblood of industry. It is the measure of a nation's competitive strength, and it's the true currency of prosperity. We are here to align our manpower development strategy with the urgent demands of industrial competitiveness. We are here to ensure that education speaks the language of industry.
We have the resource, the talent, and the ambition. But without skilled, adaptable, and innovative people, our industrial dream will remain unrealized. Over the next 3 days, we will conduct an honest self-assessment of our industrial manpower capacity, identify and prioritize critical skills gap, strengthen industrial academia,
this conference for me has been incredibly enlightening. There has been so much policy, there's so many agencies, but there is a lack of coordination. But I think what the conference is trying to address is just that, bringing everybody together to see, yes, we have challenges, what is the way forward, and how can we work together and coordinate all these different agencies in order to train and equip the Nigerian to be suitable to work in the 21st century.
This summit is one of its kind because we've never had this kind of summit in the previous administration. But with the New Hope agenda, there is opportunity and there is awareness, enlightenment, empowerment, and training.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor and delight to warmly and very specially welcome you all to the National Industrial Manpower Summit for 2025.
It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to the first National Industrial Manpower Summit, organized by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Manpower Development, and the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Industry. The aim of this summit is to address Nigeria's manpower challenges and promote industrial growth through a stronger and more skilled workforce. Accordingly, this summit will identify and address sector-specific gaps to enhance productivity, design and develop new framework for apprenticeship and vocational training, foster collaboration between the academia, government, and industry, establish policy direction for a long-term workforce strategy, and position Nigeria as a leader in industrial skill development in the global ecosystem.
Our mission is to align the education and training of our young people, and indeed the larger workforce, with the needs of industry. We must reverse the mismatch between what our institutions produce and what our economy requires. This cannot be realized unless we foster robust collaboration between the public and private sectors to prepare young Nigerians for the demands of today's job market. Nigeria must build local capacity, invest in technical education, and elevate the status of vocational and industrial training. This summit is not just a forum for discussion. It is a call to produce actionable recommendations that will form the basis of Nigeria's first ever national industrial manpower development policy. I assure you that this administration will review, adopt and implement viable proposals with urgency.
One of the major responsibilities of our council, National Automotive Design and Development Council, is to develop programs for acquisition of technology for vehicle, especially in automotive sector. This National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025 wouldn't have come at a better time than now, that the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has attached great importance to industrial development of the nations in different facets, including technical, vocational, educational, and training, TVET.
Nigeria is on an industrial transformation, but we cannot build a globally competitive industry without the right people, without the right skills, and indeed the right strategy. At NSITF, our mandate is very clear. Under the Employee Compensation Scheme, we provide compensation to workers who suffer injuries, diseases, disabilities, or even death in the course of employment. We're therefore here to ensure that workers who give their strength and their skill to building this nation are not abandoned in times of vulnerability.
Because when we talk about manpower in Nigeria, we look at all the agencies and see ITF beaming at us.
I'm particularly delighted by the summit's focus areas, the technology transfer and manpower development. Gender equality in manpower development. No nation, I still repeat, no nation can afford to sideline half of its talent pool.
National manpower is a key ingredient for attracting and retaining domestic investment for industrialization to accelerate Nigeria's economic development. Therefore, today's gathering offers a timely opportunity to deepen our conversation and lay out bold, actionable strategy for a more resilient economy. To accelerate this momentum, we require massive investment in critical infrastructure, addressing critical national priorities in food, energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, housing, as well as energy systems, digital connectivity, transformation, and the social sectors.
Nigeria must align with this drive to equip its citizens with skills that are relevant, adaptable, and future-ready within the national mandate and the renewed hope agenda of our dear President. We must therefore depart from individual efforts to move robust and collaborative efforts to drive this critical mandate where every player knows his role, collaborates effectively, and works towards one shared mandate.
Potential doesn't power our factories. It doesn't create the exports that we all yearn for. It's productivity that does. Productivity is the lifeblood of industry. It is the measure of a nation's competitive strength, and it's the true currency of prosperity. We are here to align our manpower development strategy with the urgent demands of industrial competitiveness. We are here to ensure that education speaks the language of industry.
We have the resource, the talent, and the ambition. But without skilled, adaptable, and innovative people, our industrial dream will remain unrealized. Over the next 3 days, we will conduct an honest self-assessment of our industrial manpower capacity, identify and prioritize critical skills gap, strengthen industrial, academia, government partnership for manpower planning and training.
This conference for me has been incredibly enlightening. There has been so much policy, there's so many agencies, but there is a lack of coordination. But I think what the conference is trying to address is just that, bringing everybody together to see, yes, we have challenges, what is the way forward, and how can we work together and coordinate all these different agencies in order to train and equip the Nigerian to be suitable to work in the 21st century.
This summit is one of its kind because we've never had this kind of summit in the previous administration, but with the new hope agenda, there is opportunity and there is awareness, enlightenment, empowerment, and training.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor and delight to warmly and very specially welcome you all to the National Industrial Manpower Summit for 2025.
It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to the first National Industrial Manpower Summit, organized by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Manpower Development, and the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Industry. The aim of this summit is to address Nigeria's manpower challenges and promote industrial growth through a stronger and more skilled workforce. Accordingly, this summit will identify and address sector-specific gaps to enhance productivity, design and develop new framework for apprenticeship and vocational training, foster collaboration between the academia, government, and industry, establish policy direction for a long-term workforce strategy, and position Nigeria as a leader in industrial skill development in the global ecosystem.
Our mission is to align the education and training of our young people, and indeed the larger workforce, with the needs of industry. We must reverse the mismatch between what our institutions produce and what our economy requires. This cannot be realized unless we foster robust collaboration between the public and private sectors to prepare young Nigerians for the demands of today's job market. Nigeria must build local capacity, invest in technical education, and elevate the status of vocational and industrial training. This summit is not just a forum for discussion. It is a call to produce actionable recommendations that will form the basis of Nigeria's first ever national industrial manpower development policy. I assure you that this administration will review, adopt and implement viable proposals with urgency.
One of the major responsibilities of our council, National Automotive Design and Development Council, is to develop programs for acquisition of technology for vehicle, especially in automotive sector. This National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025 wouldn't have come at a better time than now, that the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has attached great importance to industrial development of the nations in different facets, including technical, vocational, educational, and training, TVET.
Nigeria is on an industrial transformation, but we cannot build a globally competitive industry without the right people, without the right skills, and indeed the right strategy. At NSITF, our mandate is very clear. Under the Employee Compensation Scheme, we provide compensation to workers who suffer injuries, diseases, disabilities, or even death in the course of employment. We're therefore here to ensure that workers who give their strength and their skill to building this nation are not abandoned in times of vulnerability.
Because when we talk about manpower in Nigeria, we look at all the agencies and see ITF beaming at us.
I'm particularly delighted by the summit's focus areas, the technology transfer and manpower development. Gender equality in manpower development. No nation, I still repeat, no nation can afford to sideline half of its talent pool.
National manpower is a key ingredient for attracting and retaining domestic investment for industrialization to accelerate Nigeria's economic development. Therefore, today's gathering offers a timely opportunity to deepen our conversation and lay out bold, actionable strategy for a more resilient economy. To accelerate this momentum, we require massive investment in critical infrastructure, addressing critical national priorities in food, energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, housing, as well as energy systems, digital connectivity, transformation, and the social sectors.
Nigeria must align with this drive to equip its citizens with skills that are relevant, adaptable, and future-ready within the national mandate and the renewed hope agenda of our dear President. We must therefore depart from individual efforts to move robust and collaborative efforts to drive this critical mandate, where every player knows his role, collaborates effectively, and works towards one shared mandate.
Potential doesn't power our factories. It doesn't create the exports that we all yearn for. It's productivity that does. Productivity is the lifeblood of industry. It is the measure of a nation's competitive strength, and it's the true currency of prosperity. We are here to align our manpower development strategy with the urgent demands of industrial competitiveness. We are here to ensure that education speaks the language of industry.
We have the resource, the talent, and the ambition. But without skilled, adaptable, and innovative people, our industrial dream will remain unrealized. Over the next 3 days, we will conduct an honest self-assessment of our industrial manpower capacity, identify and prioritize critical skills gap, strengthen industrial, academia, government partnership for manpower planning and training.
This conference for me has been incredibly enlightening. There has been so much policy, there's so many agencies, but there is a lack of coordination. But I think what the conference is trying to address is just that, bringing everybody together to see, yes, we have challenges, what is the way forward, and how can we work together and coordinate all these different agencies in order to train and equip the Nigerian to be suitable to work in the 21st century.
This summit is one of its kind because we've never had this kind of summit in the previous administration, but with the New Hope agenda, there is opportunity and there is awareness, enlightenment, empowerment, and training.
and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor and delight to warmly and very specially welcome you all to the National Industrial Manpower Summit for 2025.
It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to the first National Industrial Manpower Summit, organized by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Manpower Development, and the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Industry. The aim of this summit is to address Nigeria's manpower challenges and promote industrial growth through a stronger and more skilled workforce. Accordingly, this summit will identify and address sector-specific gaps to enhance productivity, design and develop new framework for apprenticeship and vocational training, foster collaboration between the academia, government, and industry, establish policy direction for a long-term workforce strategy, and position Nigeria as a leader in industrial skill development in the global ecosystem.
Our mission is to align the education and training of our young people, and indeed the larger workforce, with the needs of industry. We must reverse the mismatch between what our institutions produce and what our economy requires. This cannot be realized unless we foster robust collaboration between the public and private sectors to prepare young Nigerians for the demands of today's job market. Nigeria must build local capacity, invest in technical education, and elevate the status of vocational and industrial training. This summit is not just a forum for discussion. It is a call to produce actionable recommendations that will form the basis of Nigeria's first ever national industrial manpower development policy. I assure you that this administration will review, adopt and implement viable proposals with urgency.
One of the major responsibilities of our council, National Automotive Design and Development Council, is to develop programs for acquisition of technology for vehicle, especially in automotive sector. This National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025 wouldn't have come at a better time than now, that the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has attached great importance to industrial development of the nations in different facets, including technical, vocational, educational, and training, TVET.
Nigeria is on an industrial transformation, but we cannot build a globally competitive industry without the right people, without the right skills, and indeed the right strategy. At NSITF, our mandate is very clear. Under the Employee Compensation Scheme, we provide compensation to workers who suffer injuries, diseases, disabilities, or even death in the course of employment. We're therefore here to ensure that workers who give their strength and their skill to building this nation are not abandoned in times of vulnerability.
Because when we talk about manpower in Nigeria, we look at all the agencies and see ITF beaming at us.
I'm particularly delighted by the summit's focus areas, the technology transfer and manpower development. Gender equality in manpower development. No nation, I still repeat, no nation can afford to sideline half of its talent pool.
National manpower is a key ingredient for attracting and retaining domestic investment for industrialization to accelerate Nigeria's economic development. Therefore, today's gathering offers a timely opportunity to deepen our conversation and lay out bold, actionable strategy for a more resilient economy. To accelerate this momentum, we require massive investment in critical infrastructure, addressing critical national priorities in food, energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, housing, as well as energy systems, digital connectivity, transformation, and the social sectors.
Nigeria must align with this drive to equip its citizens with skills that are relevant, adaptable, and future-ready within the national mandate and the renewed hope agenda of our dear President. We must therefore depart from individual efforts to move robust and collaborative efforts to drive this critical mandate, where every player knows his role, collaborates effectively, and works towards one shared mandate.
Potential doesn't power our factories. It doesn't create the exports that we all yearn for. It's productivity that does. Productivity is the lifeblood of industry. It is the measure of a nation's competitive strength, and it's the true currency of prosperity. We are here to align our manpower development strategy with the urgent demands of industrial competitiveness. We are here to ensure that education speaks the language of industry.
We have the resource, the talent, and the ambition. But without skilled, adaptable, and innovative people, our industrial dream will remain unrealized. Over the next 3 days, we will conduct an honest self-assessment of our industrial manpower capacity, identify and prioritize critical skills gap, strengthen industrial academia government partnership for manpower planning and training.
This conference for me has been incredibly enlightening. There has been so much policy, there's so many agencies, but there is a lack of coordination. But I think what the conference is trying to address is just that, bringing everybody together to see, yes, we have challenges, what is the way forward, and how can we work together and coordinate all these different agencies in order to train and equip the Nigerian to be suitable to work in the 21st century.
This summit is one of its kind because we've never had this kind of summit in the previous administration, but with the New Hope agenda, there is opportunity and there is awareness, enlightenment, empowerment, and training.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor and delight to warmly and very specially welcome you all to the National Industrial Manpower Summit for 2025.
It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to the first National Industrial Manpower Summit, organized by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Manpower Development, and the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Industry. The aim of this summit is to address Nigeria's manpower challenges and promote industrial growth through a stronger and more skilled workforce. Accordingly, this summit will identify and address sector-specific gaps to enhance productivity, design and develop new framework for apprenticeship and vocational training, foster collaboration between the academia, government, and industry, establish policy direction for a long-term workforce strategy, and position Nigeria as a leader in industrial skill development in the global ecosystem.
Our mission is to align the education and training of our young people, and indeed the larger workforce, with the needs of industry. We must reverse the mismatch between what our institutions produce and what our economy requires. This cannot be realized unless we foster robust collaboration between the public and private sectors to prepare young Nigerians for the demands of today's job market. Nigeria must build local capacity, invest in technical education, and elevate the status of vocational and industrial training. This summit is not just a forum for discussion. It is a call to produce actionable recommendations that will form the basis of Nigeria's first ever national industrial manpower development policy. I assure you that this administration will review, adopt and implement viable proposals with urgency.
One of the major responsibilities of our council, National Automotive Design and Development Council, is to develop programs for acquisition of technology for vehicle, especially in automotive sector. This National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025 wouldn't have come at a better time than now that the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has attached great importance to industrial development of the nations in different facets, including technical, vocational, educational, and training, TVET.
Nigeria is on an industrial transformation, but we cannot build a globally competitive industry without the right people, without the right skills, and indeed the right strategy. At NSITF, our mandate is very clear. Under the Employee Compensation Scheme, we provide compensation to workers who suffer injuries, diseases, disabilities, or even death in the course of employment. We're therefore here to ensure that workers who give their strength and their skill to building this nation are not abandoned in times of vulnerability.
Because when we talk about manpower in Nigeria, we look at all the agencies and see ITF beaming at us.
I'm particularly delighted by the summit's focus areas, the technology transfer and manpower development. Gender equality in manpower development. No nation, I still repeat, no nation can afford to sideline half of its talent pool.
National manpower is a key ingredient for attracting and retaining domestic investment for industrialization to accelerate Nigeria's economic development. Therefore, today's gathering offers a timely opportunity to deepen our conversation and lay out bold, actionable strategy for a more resilient economy. To accelerate this momentum, we require massive investment in critical infrastructure, addressing critical national priorities in food, energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, housing, as well as energy systems, digital connectivity, transformation, and the social sectors.
Nigeria must align with this drive to equip its citizens with skills that are relevant, adaptable, and future-ready within the national mandate and the renewed hope agenda of our dear President. We must therefore depart from individual efforts to move robust and collaborative efforts to drive this critical mandate where every player knows his role collaborates effectively and works towards one shared mandate.
Potential doesn't power our factories. It doesn't create the exports that we all yearn for. It's productivity that does. Productivity is the lifeblood of industry. It is the measure of a nation's competitive strength, and it's the true currency of prosperity. We are here to align our manpower development strategy with the urgent demands of industrial competitiveness. We are here to ensure that education speaks the language of industry.
We have the resource, the talent, and the ambition. But without skilled, adaptable, and innovative people, our industrial dream will remain unrealized. Over the next 3 days, we will conduct an honest self-assessment of our industrial manpower capacity, identify and prioritize critical...
Make it check, mic check, make it check, mic check. Make it check, mic check, make it check, mic check, Africa. 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 One.
This conference for me has been incredibly enlightening. There has been so much policy, there's so many agencies, but there is a lack of coordination. But I think what the conference is trying to address is just that. Bringing everybody together to see, yes, we
make it check, mic check, distinguished eminent participants. We want to thank you again today. It's another time together. The second day running of the National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025, bridging the gap between prosperity and productivity. This is our focus point. It was an engaging moment yesterday, robust discussion, a review and critical submission of ideas put together as part of what will drive the new narrative. Still testing the mic. Good morning. Make it check, mic check, Africa. We thank you. If it's good by you, then it's good by me, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor and delight to warmly and very specially welcome you all to the National Industrial Manpower Summit for 2025.
It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to the first National Industrial Manpower Summit, organized by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Manpower Development, and the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Industry. The aim of this summit is to address Nigeria's manpower challenges and promote industrial growth through a stronger and more skilled workforce. Accordingly, this summit will identify and address sector-specific gaps to enhance productivity, design and develop new framework for apprenticeship and vocational training, foster collaboration between the academia, government, and industry, establish policy direction for a long-term workforce strategy, and position Nigeria as a leader in industrial skill development in the global ecosystem.
Our mission is to align the education and training of our young people, and indeed the larger workforce with the needs of industry. We must reverse the mismatch between what our institutions produce and what our economy requires. This cannot be realized unless we foster robust collaboration between the public and private sectors to prepare young Nigerians for the demands of today's job market. Nigeria must build local capacity, invest in technical education, and elevate the status of vocational and industrial training. This summit is not just a forum for discussion. It is a call to produce actionable recommendations that will form the basis of Nigeria's first ever national industrial manpower development policy. I assure you that this administration will review, adopt and implement viable proposals with urgency.
One of the major responsibilities of our council, National Automotive Design and Development Council, is to develop programs for
skills and to ensure that workers who give their strength and their skill to building this nation are not abandoned in times of vulnerability.
Because when we talk about manpower in Nigeria, we look at all the agencies and see ITF beaming at us.
I'm particularly delighted by the summit's focus areas, the technology transfer and manpower development. Gender equality in manpower development. No nation, I still repeat, no nation can afford to sideline half of its talent pool.
National manpower is a key ingredient for attracting and retaining domestic investment for industrialization to accelerate Nigeria's economic development. Therefore, today's gathering offers a timely opportunity to deepen our conversation and lay out bold, actionable strategy for a more resilient economy. To accelerate this momentum, we require massive investment in critical infrastructure, addressing critical national priorities in food, energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, housing, as well as energy systems, digital connectivity, transformation, and the social sectors.
Nigeria must align with this drive to equip its citizens with skills.
Mic check, thank you very much. Well, distinguished eminent participants, before we formally commence the second day of the program commemorating the National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025, we quickly, on the roll call of honor, will want to recognize and give honor to whom honor is due. I am to respectfully recognize, with all due respect, courtesies duly extended, to Dr. Aliyu Idehung, Director, Government Relations, BUA International Limited. He is representing our very distinguished Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, Commander of the Order of the Niger, a Nigerian philanthropist, a businessman, an industrialist, and chairman, founder, and CEO of Boa Group of Companies, a Nigerian conglomerate with diversified investments in manufacturing, infrastructure, agriculture, and food production. Please join me to welcome Dr. Aliyu Aidihang. Sir, with all due respect, we thank you for your honor. He was at the time the former supervising Minister of Trade and Investment, and at another time, former Minister of State on Foreign Affairs. We thank you so very much, sir, for your noble honor. I am to also recognize from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, a member of the Governing Council, Mr. Babayo Shehu. Mr. Babayo Shehu, sir, we also want to thank you for the honor of your presence. And of course, our foreign partners and stakeholders here seated from the Centers for Migration and Development, ZME, Nigerian German Center for Migration and Development. We have seated here today from GIS, Lady Sandra Vamutin, Head of Program, if I correct it now, pronounced rightly. So much to have you with us. Thank you so very much. You are highly recognized. And of course, not leaving out Malam Ahmed Ladan Gobi, fellow CIPM, that is Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, and of course the President and Chairman of the Governing Council of CIPM, the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, Malam Ahmed Ladan Gobi. Sir, with all due respect, wherever you are seated, we thank you so very much. It's a great honor, sir, to also have you in the house. And Mr. Ayodele, Mrs. Ayodele Peregrino, representing Mr. Wale Tinubu of Oando PLC here. If that's the wife of my GM, Lagos State Patent Corporation, if she's here, it's my honor, ma. Mrs. Peregrino, ma, my honor, ma, my honor, my honor. Epelema, my honor. All right, very shortly we will formally commence the second day part of the day's program. And of course, we want to thank all speakers for yesterday. And of course, you will all agree with me, it was an evaluation and a review of very critical issues at stake yesterday. I am to also recognize Mr. Emmanuel Longza, Deputy Director IP, representing the Executive Secretary, CEO of NIPC. We want to thank you so very much too, sir, for your presence.
Okay, thank you. Sit down. Okay. Yes, sir. This is Ayodele Peregrino. She was here yesterday, sir. No, she was near our audience.
All delegates, spokespersons, traditional rulers, DGs and directors, permanent secretaries, SSAs, all here seated, we must appreciate you all for your very gracious presence. One more time, I recognize Malam Ahmed Ladan Gobe, a fellow Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, President and Chairman of the Governing Council of the same institute. We want to thank you so very much, sir, for your presence. And again, we want to thank Dr. Aliyu Aidihang, Director, Government Relations, representing Boa International Limited here today, of a fact representing Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, Commander of the Order of the Niger, the Chairman, Founder, CEO of Boa Group of Companies, who of course will be speaking today. He was supposed to have presented his papers yesterday, but unavoidably we could not take that. So Dr. Aliyu Aidi Hong will represent that and will take his presentation today. One more time to all delegates, I thank you so very much for your time, your attention. Very soon we will formally commence the program. Thank you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor and delight to warmly and very specially welcome you all to the National Industrial Manpower Summit for 2025.
It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to the first National Industrial Manpower Summit, organized by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Manpower Development, and the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Industry. The aim of this summit is to address Nigeria's manpower challenges and promote industrial growth through a stronger and more skilled workforce. Accordingly, this summit will identify and address sector-specific gaps to enhance productivity, design and develop new framework for apprenticeship and vocational training, foster collaboration between the academia, government, and industry, establish policy direction for a long-term workforce strategy, and position Nigeria as a leader in industrial skill development in the global ecosystem.
Our mission is to align the education and training of our young people, and indeed the larger workforce, with the needs of industry. We must reverse the mismatch between what our institutions produce and what our economy requires. This cannot be realized unless we foster robust collaboration between the public and private sectors to prepare young Nigerians for the demands of today's job market. Nigeria must build local capacity, invest in technical education, and elevate the status of vocational and industrial training. This summit is not just a forum for discussion. It is a call to produce actionable recommendations that would form the basis of Nigeria's
thank you again.
national industrial manpower.
Distinguished eminent guest, I am really proud and honored that I have been privileged again to meet with her again today. And it is a great honor having you in the house. I am to announce the presence of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Folashade Ogunshola. Ma, wherever you are seated, we want to thank you so very much. And to me, it's good to see you again. You're most welcome. I'm proud of you all the time. Thank you for the great job you're doing. God bless you. So please, speakers, we want to please appeal, if it's not too late, that we will need copies of your presentations, or even if it's the e-copy for the Secretariat to work with, because it's part of the collation of what we'll put together at the end to make this have as document of referencing for this summit. So please, if it's not too late for us to ask of you, the e-copy will do, or even if you have the hard copy with you of your presentations, we'll be glad to please have them for our own records. We thank you so very much.
This administration will review, adopt and implement viable proposals with urgency.
One of the major responsibilities of our council, National Automotive Design and Development Council, is to develop programs for acquisition of technology for vehicle, especially in automotive sector. This National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025 wouldn't have come at a better time than now that the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has attached great importance to industrial development of the nations in different facets, including technical, vocational, educational, and training, TVET.
Nigeria is on an industrial transformation, but we cannot build a globally competitive industry without the right people, without the right skills, and indeed the right strategy. At NSITF, our mandate is very clear. Under the Employee Compensation Scheme, we provide compensation to workers who suffer injuries, diseases, disabilities, or even death in the course of employment. We're therefore here to ensure that workers who give their strength and their skill to building this nation are not abandoned in times of vulnerability.
Because when we talk about manpower in Nigeria, we look at all the agencies and see ITF beaming at us.
I'm particularly delighted by the summit's focus area.
Well, I am to announce that we are about now set to commence the second day program of the summit. It is my honor and pleasure to very graciously welcome the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Distinguished Senator John Owen Eno. With due respect to you, sir, and of course the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. Governor on industry and employment. Distinguished eminent guest, may I graciously request that we all please rise to take the national anthem. Though I please crave your indulgence that we please rise with all due respect for us to please take the national anthem. Together. Nigeria. Let's please be seated. Indeed, and so in peace and plenty, Nigeria truly shall be blessed. The Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Distinguished Senator John Owen Eno, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Nuhu Abarimi, represented on this very auspicious occasion, the second day of our program summit, by Mr. Suleiman Adebayo Audu, former Director of Trade, Federal Ministry of Trade, Industry, Trade and Investment, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development, Honorable Adamson Oluwatosin Ayinde, the visionary and convener of the summit, eminent top government functionaries here present, our highly revered royal majesties here seated, the custodian of our tradition, culture, customs, and heritage, our distinguished, esteemed, noble speakers, moderators, and panelists here present today, our critical stakeholders in this engagement here seated, members of the fourth estate of the realm, the gentlemen of the press, great Nigerian youth leaders here present, distinguished eminent guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Office of the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development, I bid you all welcome, and indeed welcome again to the second day program of the National Industrial Manpower Summit 2025, which the theme, Manpower Development, the bridge between potential and productivity, here at the State House Banquet Hall, the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Without taking much of our time, we all know that yesterday it was an engaging engagement of distinguished eminent stakeholders whose shared information was a presentation of a review and evaluation of the critical issues at stake in really determining the essence of the summit and the reason why the theme of the summit is what it is. At this point, I will want to invite Ambassador Nura Abarimi, the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, as represented here today by Dr. Suleiman Adebayo, former Director of Trade, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, to please take the opening remark. Sir. I thought you put your hands together for him.
Good morning. Let me quickly at the outset stand on the already established protocol and to present the Permanent Secretary's opening and very brief remarks, and to also tender his unreserved apologies for the fact that he was there very early today, but he needed to go for another important engagement. So as directed, I should please deliver these brief remarks on his behalf. Therefore, it is my honor and pleasure to warmly welcome you to the second day of the National Industrial Manpower Summit as we now transition into the technical breakout sessions, the engine room, where ideas become actionable strategies. Our team, Manpower Development, the bridge between potential and productivity, speaks directly to the challenge before us. Nigeria has abundant talent, vibrant youth, and rich industrial potential. However, as we all know, potential without the right skills, structures, and enabling environment will not translate into productivity. Today's breakout sessions give us the opportunity to drill deeper into the issues, share sector-specific insights, and provide practical pathway that will shape our national manpower development framework. This is where we connect policy to practice, aspiration to action, and vision to measurable results. I encourage each participant to bring forward ideas that are innovative, realistic, and implementable. Ideas that will not just sit on the paper, but can be translated into programs, partnerships, and policies that will deliver value across our industrial ecosystem. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, I commend our partners, our facilitators, and resource persons for their commitment, and I look forward to the rich recommendation that will emerge from this session. Let us make this a working day that moves Nigeria closer to a skilled, productive, and competitive workforce. I thank you for your kind attention, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Suleiman Adebayo there, representing the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Noura Albarimi, for the opening remarks. Well, we will quickly take some goodwill messages as it is, and it is my honor that I will be requesting the pleasure of Alhaji Bamanga Usman Jada, Managing Director, Oil and Gas Free Zone Authority. If you're here in the house, sir, with all due respect, to please come to the podium to give your goodwill message. Right, I will be requesting Ms. Aisha Rimi, the Executive Secretary, CEO, Nigerian Investment Promotion Council, NIPC. If you're in the house, ma, with all due respect, to have you also give your goodwill messages. Is she in the house with us? We still expect them to be present. I will also quickly move on to request the honor NIPC, that's right. Well, Mr. Longza, okay, Manuel is representing Alhaji, no, Miss Aisha Rimi here today, if I'm correct. We thank you so very much, sir.
The Honorable Minister of State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the beautiful protocol that has been laid before me. On behalf of the Executive Secretary of NIPC, who would have loved to be here personally, given the importance of this summit, but for exigency of work, she's not here at the moment. I'm pleased to convey her goodwill message. The best investment any nation can make is in the skills of its people. This timeless truth resonates deeply with our gathering today. It reminds us of the transformation of industries, economies, and nations raised on the caliber, competence, and creativity of its human capital. The NIPC is indeed honored to be part of this historic first National Industry Manpower Summit. The event comes at a critical time in our national journey, when the global competitiveness is increasingly determined not just by the natural resources that we have, but by the depth and indeed the adaptability of our workforce. The theme of the summit speaks volume to one of the most critical pillars of sustainable economic growth. A nation may be rich in resources and opportunities, but it is the quality and adaptability of the people that ultimately determines how well these opportunities transform into tangible outcomes and prosperity. The chosen topic, which will be discussed after now, and yes, the challenges from skill mismatch, inadequate training infrastructure, limited industry, academia alignment are not insurmountable. They are calls for action, action for innovation, partnership, targeted incentives, and forward-looking policies that would match training output with industrial needs. At the NIPC, we are committed to promoting policies and investments models that imbibe skills development into industrial projects from the onset, ensuring that every investment builds local capacity, creates decent jobs, and of course, drive inclusive growth. As we deliberate today, let us think beyond the short-term fixes. Let us crave frameworks that ensure Nigerian industry can rely on skilled, future-ready workforce. That's how we bridge the gap between potential and productivity. And of course, that will position Nigeria as a leader in the African industrial area. On that note, I'd like to commend the organizers today and look forward to the outcome of the summit that will shape a stronger and a more competitive Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless.
We want to thank very sincerely Mr. Emmanuel Lungze, the Deputy Director, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, representing here today, as earlier said, Ms. Aisha Rimi, the Executive Secretary, the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council. We thank you very sincerely, sir, for your goodwill message. At this point, I will be requesting His Royal Majesty, King Felix Otuwariko, the Eze Igbo Upata III, and Inye Udo Upata of Inye Udo Upata Kingdom in Ahoda East Local Government Area of Rivers State. Your Majesty, with all due respect to you, sir, if you're in the House, we please crave your indulgence that we have you come to the podium. Well, I don't understand how we do it in Igbo, but in Yoruba we say, Kabiesi. Kabiesi, you are highly recognized. We'll welcome you, Your Majesty, for this very rare honor. Your Majesty, sir, you're most welcome. Igbo Kwenu.
The Honorable Minister of State, Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, my Director General, the DG of the Industry Training Fund, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm the King of Opata Kingdom in Rivers State, and Opata is not an Igbo tribe. We we migrated, my great-grandfathers migrated from Benin, and we settled in Rivers State. Having said that, I bring you greetings from the people of Opata Kingdom. And since yesterday, we've been participating very actively in this program, and we are happy that the organizers of this program invited us to be here. I and my colleagues, some of them are yet to come. And I would say that we have gotten a whole lot of ideas on how to better the lots of our kingdoms. Being here strengthens what we are currently doing in Opata Kingdom. And again, I give thanks to the Industrial Training Fund to have groomed me up to the time I voluntarily resigned to take up the mantle of leadership at Opata Kingdom. I'm particular about mentioning the Industrial Training Fund, Honorable Minister, because with the experience I had in the ITF, we currently run an Opata One Youth, One Skill program for eligible Opata sons and daughters. And this program is being funded by companies within our domain and Opata sons and daughters in the diaspora. With this program, we have trained about 638 Opata sons and daughters over time. And we have currently about 72 of them undergoing different trainings in Opata land. And because of our commitment to giving our children skills training, Opata today in Rivers State is the most peaceful kingdom. I could say, and you can confirm, that for the past 3 years, there has not been any gunshots in Opata Kingdom. And so I commend the organizers of this program and urge all Nigerians to support industrial skills development and for different agencies of government to also look inwards to identify relevant skills in the blue economy. We have a lot to do at the blue economy to develop the potentials of our young people. And so I urge participants, we shouldn't just come here to speak and leave. We should translate what we are learning here to different sectors of the Nigerian economy to make our nation a better place. And I urge you also to support Mr. President. Throughout my stay in the Industrial Training Fund, we never had a National Industrial Manpower Summit. I think this is a first. And so let us support Mr. President in his drive to better the lots of the young people of this nation. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
We thank you very much, Your Royal Majesty, King Felix Otuaripo. We thank you so very much. The Eze Igbo Upata III and of Inye Udo Upata Kingdom. God bless you, sir. Well, distinguished guests, delegates, he was scheduled to speak yesterday in his paper presentation, but unfortunately, he was unable to make it here with us. But we are proud to say that today, though physically not present, but well represented in that classification of his status. Well, I'm talking about a very renowned Nigerian philanthropist, a man that is known as an industrialist, a Nigerian businessman who is the founder, the chairman, and the chief executive officer of BUA Group of Companies. Of course, we all know what BUA represents. BUA represents a Nigerian conglomerate with diversified investments in manufacturing, infrastructure, agriculture, and food production. So for Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, Commander of the Order of the Niger CON, it speaks volume of his status and his name as a brand in what we do even in our households. So distinguished eminent guest, the Honorable Minister of State for industry, it is my honor to welcome to the podium to speak in his stead Dr. Aliyu Aidi Hung, Director Communication Government Relations, representing the BUA International Group on this note. Sir, you're most welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Trade, Investment, my brother, distinguished Senator Eno, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade and Investment, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Skills Development, Chief Executives of Government Parastatals, members of the diplomatic community, the academia, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am here standing in for my chairman, Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, who is unavoidably absent, but a very strong supporter and partner for this very laudable project initiative of the first National Industrial Skills Summit. He is out of the moment, at the moment he is out of the country. He asked me to apologize on his behalf and say that it should be on the record that he 100% supports this initiative of calling for summit towards manpower development and skills development in the country. That is why he is even one of the major partners for this program. He would have loved to have been here, but for other scheduled programs, he is at the moment out of the country. He has been asked to speak on understanding the Nigeria's institutional framework for skills development in Nigeria. But first and foremost, I would like to say that BUA Group, being one of the major employer of labor in the country, is into food, infrastructure, oil and gas, logistics, road, and also into real estate. Abdul Samad Rabiu, the chairman of this conglomerate, is also a very well-known philanthropist who have participated in several ways toward relieving the difficulties of the Nigerian population and institutions. As an employer of labor, he understands the needs for skills and the needs for well-trained manpower. We are employers of tens of thousands of manpower in the different departments and industries in the conglomerate. And we have come to know that though the institutions of government have been trying to train the Nigerian population, but at several instances, you have to come and do in-house training to meet the needs of your local needs. So that's the reason why he supported this initiative, because by getting a well-trained manpower, private sector will reduce costs in the additional cost for training for manpower in their specific needs. Secondly, the bulging population of young population in this country and the productivity in the country. I think it is a very commendable effort for the Ministry of Trade and Industry and the SSA to the President in specifically looking at how to train and upscale the skills capacities of the Nigerian young population. Because without that, they are really not going to be employable, or if they are employed, it will take a long way and capital intensive for you to retrain them to fit into specific needs of individual industries and sectors. He has been asked to talk on the institutional framework. First and foremost, the institutions concerned with the training of skills manpower in Nigeria is the Federal Ministry of Education, which is responsible for skills development, curriculum development, infrastructural development, and also quality assurance. Through the agency of the Federal Ministry of Education, the National Board for Technical Education, which is the major institution that is concerned with technical skills, training, and certification, it supervises polytechnics and monotechnics in human capital development. The NBTE plays a very significant role in certifying curriculum development and also harmonizing and grading of skills in the country. So for the formal sector, the NBTE played that role in supervising institutions from the polytechnic, monotechnics, and also other institutions of training. The same thing, the ITF, which is a lifelong training institution, is saddled with responsibility of training technical manpower, especially for private sectors in the country. ITF is very important because it supervises right from school the supervision of technical students or engineering students in the course of their training, and also after graduation in the course of their work in their different industries, for them to continue to update their skills and manpower capabilities to fit into changing trends in the workplace. The same thing, the NDE, the National Directorate of Employment under the Ministry of Labor and Productivity, is responsible for training and apprenticeship, mostly for informal sectors or entrepreneurial skill development in the country. So they play a very significant role in training people, especially young, uneducated or young people with no formal education, toward getting skills for life survival. They play this role under the supervision of Ministry of Labor. The same thing, the Ministry of Labor is saddled with the responsibility of skills development, employment promotion, industrial policy, industrial dialogue, and so forth and so forth. It is important to note that in addition to this, the private sector plays a significant role in the skills development in the country, especially the Nigerian Employer Consultative Association, NECA. They do, in addition to what ITF, NDA are doing, they are also in-house training manpower for industries for them to get the adequate and properly trained manpower in the country. The National Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry also have their own specific training institution in the country that they train and match manpower development to fit the needs of private sectors. Apart from this the formal sectors that are concerned with skills, at one time the Ministry of Trade and Industry used to have the industrial training centers, which the ITF has taken up, that have also helped in developing skills in the country. Lest I forget, the apprentice training skills of the Igbo apprentice skills is also a very functional, informal skills development in the country, which has gone a long way in developing manpower and empowering a very large number of young people in this country. I think in the course of this discussion, I would like to see that this template of the Igbo entrepreneurial apprentice skills development scheme should be copied and replicated in other parts of the country, because it will go a long way in helping young people to develop skills. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the responsibility of the MBTE is for national skills qualification certification, it is important that there are so many institutions that are certifying. I think this summit should do a very important work by harmonizing each of the skills certification platform, so that if you are a welder trained either by the National Directorate of Employment, ITF, in the monotechnics or polytechnics, or from an apprentice training, when you are properly graded and standardized, your certificate should be used and become employable in all institutions of government and also in private sector. I think we need to have a harmonized, standardized, and one framework of qualifying and grading of skills in the country. My chairman says that in addition to this, we in BUA Group in almost all the sectors annually employed about 300 graduate skills entrepreneurship development. These graduate trainees are employed for a tenure of 1 year, where they are trained in the appropriate skills need of the company. And if you are able to pass at the end of the day, you are absorbed into the company in different sectors of the factories that we are into. And those who have not qualified at least have achieved one benefit of being exposed to manpower development. So I think this should be done in other companies to also upgrade the skills of graduate trainees and even non-graduate trainees, because sincerely speaking, most of the technical people and the graduates of engineering coming out of university are mostly theoretical. They need an in-house upgrade of their skills so that they will fit into the separate industries they are going to participate in. So we are calling on other sister private sectors to train and call for these graduate trainees to improve in the quality of training of the graduates from our Nigerian institutions and skills development centers. Finally, we want to commend the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Special Assistant to the President on this skills development and partnering institutions for calling for this very important dialogue. Because if there is any serious challenge Nigeria is facing, is the Nigeria's population, especially the young population who are not employable or who are not employed. So any attempt, any effort should not fail towards training and retraining young people so that they will get life opportunities, that they will be self-sufficient on their own or become employable in institutions of government or private sector. Congratulations for hosting this National Industrial Manpower Summit, and we wish you well. Thank you very much.
We say a very big thank you one more time to Dr. Aliyu Aidi Hung, Director, Government Relations, representing BUA International Group of Companies here today. And it is to know that he is representing the founder, chairman, and CEO of BUA Group of Companies, Alhaji Rabiu CON. I'm to note here that at one time, he was the former supervising minister of Trade and Investment, and at another time, he was the foreign minister of state, former minister of state and foreign affairs as well. We thank you so very much for your paper presentation. Please, we would like to have a copy or even the e-copy of your paper presentation, sir, for the Secretariat's document. Distinguished eminent guests, with all courtesies duly extended, I have the honor and pleasure one more time to welcome yet another royalty to so speak. And it is to the glory of God that he is one of us and one of our own very own. I have the rare privilege to call on His Royal Majesty, Oba Alailua, with all due respect and honor, Oba Said Ademola Elegushi Kushenla III, the 21st Elegushi of Ikate Elegushi Kingdom. Distinguished eminent guests, let's please welcome His Royal Majesty Oba Said Ademola Elegushi for his remark. Kábíyèsí, 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 mo kí orí adé o.
Good afternoon, everybody. The Honorable Minister for State for Industry, Senator John Owa Enoch, the Honorable Minister for Youth Development, Mr. Ayodele Olawande, Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Umar Remy, DG ITF, Dr. Afizugu, and all other protocol here. It's my honor to join this distinguished summit dedicated to one of Nigeria's most urgent priorities, developing a human capital for industrial growth. Every day, I see the talent, energy, and determination of our people, especially our youth. Yet, potentials must be nurtured, guided, and transformed into productivity through skills, training, and opportunities. We must use this forum to kickstart a productive economy like we had in the 70s and 80s, when the Peugeot and Volkswagens and many other factories and industries spread across Nigeria. This gathering unites the government, private sectors, academia, and industry to build a workforce that is competitive and innovative and ready to lead Nigeria's industrial future. I commend the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his vision and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant on Industrial Training and Development for convening this platform. The future of our industry rests on the people we prepare today. As a custodian of the culture and tradition, we must support the government and ensure our people have the best opportunity to grow and flourish. I just recently, through my foundation, we empowered 250 SMEs with grants of over 100 million. I am excited. I am excited with the feedback I'm getting on how they make good use of this fund to improve our businesses. I thank you for inviting me, and may our deliberation be fruitful, producing lasting solutions that strengthen our economy and uplift our nation. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all.
Kábíyèsí, we thank you so very much. Please, one more time, can we please appreciate His Royal Majesty for that presentation. We thank you so very much, sir. We thank you very sincerely. We sincerely appreciate that. And before we go on now to take the break into our sessions, I am to also invite Dr. Afis Oluwatoyin Ogun, the DG Industrial Training Fund, for just 2 minutes, sir, if you can, and I know you can, because it's your purview and your terrain, to please also give your recognition here, remark before I recognize other dignitaries. I thank you, sir.
Morning, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Kábíyèsí, my Minister of State for Youth, I welcome you. all other protocol duly observed, because I have just 2 minutes. I'm a talker, and you know that, so I don't want to take your time. Yesterday, we deliberated on the issue of manpower and lots of confusion therein. Thank you, Mr. Adansin, for convening this important summit. It is very important because it is going to address the confusion in the skill ecosystem. That's why I asked yesterday if your secretariat is taking a lot of notes. It is very important. As I said yesterday, talk is very cheap, but practicality is not easy. We need to practicalize what we are saying here today. From what we have seen since our deliberations yesterday, we know that skill everywhere in the world is a two-way traffic. Thank you very much, Alhaji, the representative of Alhaji the BOA chairman. You have really explained everything the way it is supposed to be. We have the formal traffic way and we have the informal traffic way. The formal traffic way is manned by the Ministry of Education, while the informal traffic way is manned by the Ministry of Industry and Ministry of Labor. This is basically the truth. And there is nothing we can do about it until we step in, because we are all created. All agencies of government and ministries are created by law, and we cannot deviate from the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Honorable Minister of State for Youth, most of the things we are doing here today, sir, concern our youth. And I urge all the agencies present here to consider this demography very important. We heard yesterday the amount of youth population we have in Nigeria here. It is massive. It is one of the highest in the world. And we cannot just leave them. We cannot abandon them. We cannot leave them to TikTok, Facebook, and all those social media just to play away their time. We need to engage them practically. We also beg the organized private sector to do the same, not just the agencies. Will we continue to support this summit year in, year out? We will continue to follow up all deliberations here, and we will continue to support them both financially and otherwise. ITF is the home of skill, is the home of manpower development. It was created for that, and we will continue to push in collaboration with other agencies. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Fisogun. We sincerely appreciate that. Well, I am to recognize His Excellency, with all due respect, the Governor of Kaduna State, His Excellency Uba Sani. But you are wondering, where is he? But he's not, but he's well represented here today by the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology in Kaduna State, our own very dear Princess Patience Fakai. We appreciate you, ma'am. Thank you so very much for your honor. She's one of the panelists in the discussion very soon. So in place of we having the Senate Ad hoc Committee Chair on Crude Oil Theft, Senator Ned Nwoko's Goodwill message, we are inviting instead the President and Chairman of the Government Council, the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, CIPM, Malam Ahmed Laden Gobi, to please give his goodwill message. Malam Ahmed Laden Gobi, sir, you are in the house, sir. We thank you so very much.
The Honorable Minister of State for Industry, distinguished Senator John Owen Eno, the Honorable Minister of Youth Development, Mr. Olawande, let me, through you, crave your indulgence to please stand on the protocol so already well established. Our royal fathers, I recognize you all. I'm here on behalf of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, the CIPM. We are honored to have been invited to partner with the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development for the very first ever National Industrial Manpower Summit. I therefore bring you fraternal greetings from our institute and with the full endorsement of our institute for this landmark National Industrial Manpower Summit. I'd like to begin this goodwill message with a very hard-hitting truth. Nigeria as a country does not have a people problem. The problem that we have is with productivity. We are a nation overflowing with abundant talent. We have over 115 million Nigerians who are of working age. And every minute, 6 of these Nigerians enter the labor market. This is not just statistics. It is, in fact, a ticking clock. According to the 2024 Global Talent Competitiveness Index, Nigeria today ranks 103 out of 134 countries, trailing in talent readiness, employability, and skills relevance. We are sitting on a gold mine of human capital, but we are yet to build a refinery to tap this human capital. This is why, for us, this summit is more than timely. It is, in fact, existential. Potential, as they say, is not a plan. Numbers are not capacity. The theme of this summit, manpower development, the bridge between potential and productivity, strikes at the heart of our national dilemma. Because here's the truth. Human capital is the only appreciating asset in a depreciating economy. Oil reserves will decline. Infrastructure will erode. But empowered people multiply in value, personally, professionally, and nationally. A 2018 McKinsey report showed that countries with highly skilled workforces are 8 times more productive than those with low skills. Yet in Nigeria, where over 2 million graduates emerge annually, fewer than 30% of them are job ready or future relevant. So yes, we are building a bridge. I think we've all spoken about that since yesterday. But the question is, what good is a bridge if it doesn't lead you to the future? This summit must therefore be a blueprint and not just a talk shop. Thankfully, we had the Minister of State yesterday and the Minister of Trade and Investment, and even the Senior Special Assistant speak about the fact that we will collate our discourse into a communique and a paper which will develop actionable points for us all to work on. I think the DG of ITF just reiterated that here now. So we must be bold, enough to ask ourselves these questions. Are our skill frameworks aligned with the fourth and now the fifth industrial revolution? Are our workforce policies proactive or they are still very reactive? Are our educational curriculum designed by foresight or they are simply designed by familiarity? It is time to move from qualification-focused manpower to competency-powered productivity. The future belongs to nations that invest in cognitive agility, emotional intelligence, and digital fluency, and not just on credentials. So, what must we all do together, gathered here? At CIPM and at the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, we believe that manpower development must be strategic, systemic, and sustained. We are ready to collaborate with all agencies of government, with industry, with academia, and with development partners to, one, recalibrate Nigeria's skills taxonomy in line with global standards and future of work imperatives. Institutionalize workforce planning at national, sectoral, and enterprise levels. Champion apprenticeship, reskilling, and lifelong learning, because learning must not just end with schools. And 5, elevate people management as a lever of national productivity and not just an HR responsibility. As Jim Collins once said, great vision without people is irrelevant. But I will add that great people without strategic development is a wasted potential. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit is our opportunity to reset the system in such a way that potential becomes performance, population becomes productivity, and manpower becomes national power for us in Nigeria. As the only institute chartered by an act of parliament to regulate the practice of human resource management in Nigeria, CIPM is fully committed to this national journey. So we ask you, let us not just build a bridge, let us build the future, one that empowers one Nigeria at a time. I thank you all for the opportunity to deliver this goodwill message, and I wish us all a most impactful and transformative deliberation on this second day. Let me close by saying that in our desire to continue to partner with the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training and Development, we will be holding the 57th International Conference of our Institute in Abuja from 27th to 30th of October. The theme of our conference is Reimagining the World of Work. It will speak to some of the issues that we have discussed in this summit from yesterday until today. And we invite you all to join us. It's going to be holding at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center here in Abuja from 27th to 30th. Thank you very much for having me.
You're very much welcome, sir. Malam Ahmed Laden Gobi is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, equally doubles as the president and chairman of the Governing Council, Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria. We thank you one more time, sir, for the goodwill message. Distinguished eminent guests, I am to respectfully now welcome to the podium the Honorable Minister of Youth Development to so speak. Honorable Ayodele Olawande, sir. You're most welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Let me, as a proper Yoruba boy, start by welcoming our own king. You know, as a Yoruba boy, you don't mention the names of your elders. So I won't be able to mention his name. I'll just say king. Thank you, sir, for always being there for us. Let me, in absentia, thank and also recognize the Minister of State for Labor. I think we have a Federal Executive Council, so everybody's rushing down. I use my own brother, too, as a point of contact to recognize every institute, every groups, every bodies of the government, and private sector, so that we just try to build up the protocols. And that's the DG of ITF. And I can tell you for free that we on those states, we always put our best. And when you see the level of how it's trying to explain and talk about the situation where we find ourselves, let me respectfully thank my own brother too. There are two, but I'll use one because it's the one that is doing everything today. All of us call him Adamson, so a lot of people don't even know his name. Probably maybe with this appointment, a lot of people will know his name, but it's Adamson. So let me join other people that are calling Adamson to call him Adamson. Yes, it's the President and our Greek. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for thinking outside the box, which is the most important thing. I would have come up with the normal standard of reading a speech, but I want to talk from my heart. And I want to speak directly to all agencies, parastatals, partners, government agencies, development partners, and institutes, and everybody. That can we try as much as possible to go away or probably slide away from roadmaps and let us hit the road. I've listened to a lot of speeches. A lot of people have talked. A lot of people have come up with different ideas about skills gap. There is no special discussion that both government and private sector driven, and the reason why I said government and private sector driven has been far away from the youth for over 40 years. A lot of people ask me that, what do you mean by that? And it's very simple. The youth of this country in any way cannot feel the government. They can't see the government. Neither can they touch the government. You won't say anything super or special to put it in our head not to agitate. The way we go further not to tell us not to say our mind, because the missing gaps are there. The skill development we are talking about, and that happens to be the first memo ever that I've even put to FEC, that every ministry, an agency, every, have a youth component. Everybody just wants to do everything that belongs to youth. But are we putting it forward the way we should put it forward? A lot of people have talked about skills here. Even here this morning, before we turn to afternoon, before I start putting on myself on this mic, we've talked about skill gap. It is real. We are pushing on trainings. We are not pushing on human capital development buildings. Tokenism. When you even look at a lot of states, and you went ahead to go and look at their budget in government circle, and I will give you an example because we have made this research. Because one of those things that I'm begging the young people to do now is because all those countries that we are running to, they also make research. It's for us to use time out of what we used to do, Facebooking, tilting, Instagram, Snapchat, and all that, to try as much as possible to make research. Those people over there makes a lot of research. And that is why we go there to come and manpower ourselves over there instead of manpower ourselves here. In 2024 alone, the budget of Nigerian have over 893 youth initiative. 90% of it is training, no empowerment. It won't be funny to you that even that training is not done, properly done. In private sector, because some people will also said, I involve the private sector. The private sector, even the donor agencies, in 2024 alone, not this 2025 that is going, we have over $400 million being impacted into the youth of this country. I can't say it. I was in UN House. Yesterday was International Youth Day. And I was so very impressed with the rep, with the way we are pushing things now. Let's start putting things properly. Eat the road. Even if the road is rough, let us put a light so that we can see the rough road before it's being tarred. There is no doubt that we can continue like this. And that is why it is clear that we have a man that is not a ruler, but a leader. We have been living in the ruler space for a very long time. That is why our voices are not heard. There is a difference between you want to rule here or you want to lead. A leader listens. A leader drops the office and brings it back to the table. And that is why we are happy that for the first time in the history of the democratically elected government in this country, the president is giving the youth ministry back to the youth. And that is why we are calling on you, everyone, private sector. How much will it take us as a government to have a cottage and agricultural industry in the 774 local governments? If we look beside us, or probably at the high table, you will see bottled water. How much does it take to do a bottled water company? We have natural resources lying in all those cities, in all those villages. And that is why the youth are coming to the town, because nothing is happening in the local area. And when they get to the town, we are talking about insecurity. We can cop insecurity if we are ready. What stops the industry to start thinking of how we can have? I'm not talking about Bua company. I'm not talking about Dangote. I'm talking about cottage and agri-line industry. That the raw materials needed resides in that place. And I've said this times without number. I'm talking about bottled water. I will go back to Akoko, where the DG of ITF came from. A lot of people know Radler, and some people drink. We don't drink, but some people drink Radler. Radler is nothing but a palm wine. So what stops us to have a palm wine bottling company in Ogbagi Akoko? If we can do bottled water companies. What stops us from having, a lot of us go to China and they will give us a leaf, and inside the leaf they will say when you put it in a hot water it will open. It's normal. It is something you can think from your head, that when a leaf is asleep for a very long time and you put it inside water, it will open, and it's medicinal. We have a lot of it inside the bush. I'm saying, and I'm pleading, and that is why I said I want to talk from my heart. I don't want a speech. That please, for God's sake, let us use this national industrial manpower to please cover the gaps. As Ministry of Youth, I've said it's only 3 things that is my own agenda: aims, objective, vision. The 3 things is to empower the youth productively, not the tokenism. So that in the future, they can see. Now we are talking about now. Everybody is talking about what will happen to us now. Nobody's looking at the future. UAE has already know what is going to happen to them in the next 50 years. God bless President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I've said I've devoted to support the youth in whatever way we can support the youth. And we have put further to protect the youth. And that is why I said you can learn skill even in your house, wherever you are. We have a Coursera, which I've also learned in Coursera before. But for the first time, I'm bringing down the Nigerian Coursera, and that is what the president launched some time ago, which is the Nigerian Youth Academy. Just stay wherever you are and learn a skill, free of charge. We said we are going to work, and we are working. We are having every necessary thing to do with the agencies and parastatals. And that is why we go to the Federal Executive Council to get a memo, a fake memo, that every agencies that have something to do with youth, let us relate. We are one government. We are same government. Let us bridge the barrier. And that is what the SSA to the president is doing today. Is very important. Not for just the program, but let us do the talk. Let us come together as a government and face the reality. We have a heart. We have everything. But we have forgotten that all these acts should be meant for the people's first, not because of the office. So I'm pleading. I would have loved to stay long, but immediately I'm dropping here, I'm also running to the FEC. But I would have loved to stay long, but I listened to it that they have some roadmaps. I don't know, maybe it's roadmap or sorry, that you have something that we want to put together and start looking into it. Let us also visit those ones that have put together before so that we can start implementing it. It is the same government, it's the same country, and we are Nigeria. Let us think the people's first, with the way President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is thinking about the people's force and the future of this country. Thank you, and God bless you.
Well, when you see them, you know them. Their activism, their voice for the voiceless speaks for them. And it's not surprising that he is wearing the shoe as the Minister for Youth Development in Nigeria. Please, one more time, let's give it to Honorable Olawande, the honor due to him. I shouldn't forget again to also recognize very respectfully the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President on Agriculture, Honorable Abiodun Yunusa. With due respect to you again, sir, you are duly recognized. So before I invite the Honorable Minister of State to speak, I have the honor again to want to welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, Uba Sani, to speak. And it is my honor to welcome the Commissioner for Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology, Kaduna State, Princess Patience Faka, is to please speak. You're most welcome, Your Honorable Commissioner. We thank you so very much. Thank you.
The Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President, the Director General, Industrial Training Fund, our Royal Fathers here present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Permit me to stand on already established protocol. On behalf of the government and people of Kaduna State, I am honored to extend my warm greetings to all participants of the National Industrial Manpower Summit. This summit comes at a crucial time when our nation's economic resilience and industrial growth depend heavily on the quality, relevance, and adaptability of our workforce. In Kaduna State, we have made human capital development a central pillar of our economic strategy, investing in vocational training, technology-driven skills acquisition, and partnerships that bridge the gap between education and industry. In Kaduna State, we have been able to establish and construct 3
vocational training institutes. These 3 institutes have been located in the 3 senatorial centers of our state, and we're privileged to have Mr. President commission these 3 institutes in June. In these institutes, we hope to be able to graduate 12,000 youths annually, and in the next 3 years, about 36,000. And we have about 13 trade areas that we're looking at to be able to work on. And in these institutes, we hope to be able to graduate and empower all our youths in the state. And in the informal sector, Kaduna State has been able to work with our artisans. We have the Panteka market, where we have about 35,000 artisans, and we hope to be able to upskill them and skill them in these institutes, that by doing that, they'll be able to get certifications that will help them to be more employable in the long run. The summit comes we believe, in Kaduna State, that the sustainable industrialization cannot be achieved when manpower is equipped, empowered, and aligned with both current and future market. We commend the organizers for conveying this strategic platform for knowledge exchange and collaboration. I am confident that the ideas and solutions shared here will not only shape our national policy, but also inspire actionable steps at the state level, contributing to a more competitive and self-reliant Nigeria. I want to wish at this juncture all participants fruitful deliberation and a lasting partnership. Thank you very much.
Please, can we give it to her one more time, please? Well, because it is a woman's world, and we need to take cognizance of that fact. So, while the Honorable Commissioner just finished speaking, representing the Governor of Kaduna State, His Excellency Upasani, the Vice Chancellor of the Lagos State University of Lagos is also going to have just a few more minutes to also please make his own opening remark. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, with due respect to him, Antio Kunshala, to also please come on stage, man. Thank you very much, man. Please, let's give it to her. She says so deserving for them to speak. We thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. You will please allow me to align with the protocols already established. I wasn't expecting to speak, so I've been sitting very comfortably. But I'm very happy to be here. And I want to thank the President for this summit, which I think is absolutely necessary. I come from the academia, and our job is to produce fit-for-purpose manpower. I have listened to quite a number of speeches, and it is very clear that we have a lot going on, but we're not cohesive. And I hope that with this conference, we'll all start talking to each other. And I'm hoping also that those in the policy area will actually visit the universities to see what's going on there. About 20 years ago, it was very clear that the universities were not producing fit-for-purpose manpower. I think that started when the banks started to do interviews after students came out. And it was clear that something needed to be done. And a lot has happened since then. Policies have occurred. The universities themselves have started changing things. The curricula has started to change. The industry-university relationships have increased. However, it's not just what we do in the universities. We still need policies that would allow industry and the universities to work more closely together. When we hear skills development, oftentimes we talk about vocational skills, but I think it's also important that as we develop the engineers, we're actually working with them so that they're also having skills. In some parts of the world, it is encouraged that they go out and work with the polytechnics so that they have skills. But the universities themselves are now beginning to incorporate these skills so that the skills we talk about are not just the vocational skills, but also the skills for all the different professions. And we're beginning to improve that. And I hope that as we talk about manpower development, we recognize that the universities are the core of providing the manpower for a lot of the work, and the polytechnics. No country can work just with universities. We also need our polytechnics to be strengthened, and for the universities and the polytechnics to be working. And that when we're talking about skills development, a lot of the things that are done ad hoc should then be channeled towards the universities to ensure that the students that are within there, and let me just give a little statistic. We say 35% are under the age of 70. I think we have about 42% below the age of 15. But between 15 and 30, we have about 89 million Nigerians. Most of these will be within the catchment area where we want them to be skilled. Many of these are within the university system. The current university system absorbs just about 2 million. So we're going to have to rethink even how we train at the university level to produce our manpower. We also have to start thinking of alternate tertiary institutions that will give people the skills that they need. And all these must work together in a strategic way. And I believe that this kind of summit, we should go away from here discussing how we're going to have academia truly working with industry, truly working with the communities, and truly working with the policy makers. So on that note, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to speak. Thank you very much.
We thank you so very much, ma'am. I'm to note that she is a Nigerian professor of medical microbiology, and she is a member of the Order of the Officer of the Niger, and as we speak, the sitting incumbent Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. You please want to give to her one more time that honor. So I will graciously be requesting the visioner, the convener of this vision, to so speak. It's been a long travel down the road to be able to conceive, conceptualize, and bring to fruition this rewarding success story that today we're all celebrating. It is my honor and pleasure, distinguished eminent guest, with courtesies duly extended, to invite to the podium the Senior Special Advisor to the President on Industrial Training, as we speak on employment, Honorable Adamson Oluwatosin Aide. Due respect to you, sir. Please, let's give it to him. I mean, this man came up with a narrative that is changing the game today. We thank you so very much for the force of its kind. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to say a very big thank you to everyone that is here. We started yesterday, and God made it possible for us to be here today. I want to say a very big thank you. Honorable Minister of State, Senator John Owan-Eno, His Royal Highness, Kábíyèsí, His Royal Highness Eze Ndewosa, DGITF, Your Excellency Governor Obasani, ably represented by my own Honorable Commissioner. Thank you for coming, ma. We really appreciate you, ma. And I want to thank all other dignitaries that are here, the VC of UNILAG, President of CIPM, ICANN, all other protocols observed. Yesterday, was a remarkable start to the historic gathering. We were honored by the presence of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, who delivered a powerful keynote address that set the tone for our deliberation. Our discussion in day one laid the foundation for the work ahead. From identifying institutional overlaps to exploring ways to align our manpower development strategies with the needs of the industry. The technical paper delivered discussion and contribution from stakeholders were rich and insightful reaffirments that we have both acknowledged and commitment to transform our workforce landscape. Focus for today. Today, we shift into even more technical sections where we expect stakeholders to contribute practical ideas, innovative models, and actionable strategies that can implement and will also realize immediately. This is the day where expertise meets solution building, a moment to be bold, collaborative, and forward-thinking. I encourage everyone to engage deeply, ask the hard questions, and share experience that can guide us towards a unified and sustainable manpower framework for Nigeria. On behalf of the organizing committee, I want to sincerely thank all our participants, speakers, delegates, for your dedication to the success of this summit. Your presence, idea, and support provide that manpower development that we all share for a good responsibility. Let us make the most of today's section and continue to a great momentum towards the renewed hope, vision to build a skilled, competitive, and global relevant Nigerian workforce. Thank you all. On this note, I'm done with my speech, but I want to make an announcement. The MD of Bank of Industry, Mr. Olashupo Olusi, has given 20 slots for 6 months free e-commerce training to youth entrepreneur that has attended this program. Which will be provided by Bumper. Bumper is an e-commerce solution that helps entrepreneurs with business websites, inventory, management, customer engagement, multiple payment options. Also on this note, the DG of NADDC, Mr. Joseph Oshinikmin, also gave us 50 slots for youths that attended this program to train them on CNG. CNG is a project of Mr. President that has moved beyond the expectation of we Nigerian and youth especially. I will encourage our youth to please tap into this opportunity. Also on this note, the DG of ITF, Dr. Hafiz Oluwatoyin Ogun, has also given 100 slots for youth that attended this program. To train them under the SUPER program. SUPER means Skills Up Artisan Program. So, great Nigerian youth, great Nigerian youth. And I also want to recognize the presence of the TUC president, ably represented by, he was here yesterday, but today he was represented by the Secretary General, Mr. Toro, Comrade Toro. Thank you all for coming. Isoleto! Isoleto! Africa! On this note, through this program, at the gala night tomorrow, there is going to be a raffle draw through the office of the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Senator John Ohanenor, in partnership with my office as the SSA to the President on Industrial Training and Development. We'll be giving out 20 million naira, 1 million to 20 people that attended this program. One of the beneficiaries will be people that have gone through trainings with ITF, NLDC, people that have gone to training but don't have enough to start their business. So tomorrow, there's going to be a committee that will look at the modalities that we'll use in achieving this. This discussion was being held between me and the Honorable Minister, and we want it to be that by next year, we want to have people to come and appreciate President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that through this program, the little I got, I was able to do this business. Thank you all. Thank you for coming.
Sincerely yours, I really don't know what to say. When you find young, resourceful, energetic men leading the hems of affairs of agencies in wherever they are in this country, they are always a referencing of joy and of course people we should be proud of. Please, if you don't mind, can we one more time just give the SSA a resounding applause for this empowerment drive and this vision that we pray will live beyond its time by the grace of God. Well, we must recognize the fact that we have seated here our very distinguished, noble speakers and panelists, and of course moderators who will chair respective sessions. It is on this slide, before I invite our speaker, who will speak, to so speak, in the person of Professor Uche Uwaleke, to come on board. I want to respectfully recognize Dr. Ewa Ibrahim Inusa, the Acting Director, Students Industrial Work Experience Scheme, CWES, from Nasarawa State University in Kefi. Sir, we salute you. We thank you. He's representing here today the Vice Chancellor, Nasarawa State University, Kefi, Professor Sadatu Hassan Liman. I am to also recognize Dr. Abiodun Akambi, FCCA, FCIB, FCS, ACA, PhD, the Chief Investment Officer, Abuja Investment Company Limited. With all due respect, I also salute you very graciously, sir, for your honor. So it is on this note I'll be inviting our speaker, who will be speaking to us on the paper that will analyze the current state of digitalization of manpower development, highlight global best practices, and propose sustainable financing frameworks, including PPS, public-private partnerships, and donor engagement, respectively. And his topic is going to be on financing the digital future of industrial manpower development, innovations, investment models, and the role of the private sector in Nigeria. Please join me to welcome Professor Uche Uwaleke, sir, a prof. We thank you.
There is also another challenge from DGITF. He wants to give us something more. Thank you, sir.
Great Nigerian youths, I'm so happy that this is happening. I told you in ITF we believe in practicality. We said the super program has 3 exits. One of them is business incubation. We have a model of it, and we have been keeping that to our heart. So, want to announce today that we will be incubating 10 businesses for 10 participants in this great gathering. They must all be Nigerian youths below the age of 35. Thank you and God bless.
We thank you so much, Dr. Afis. Thank you so very much. Well, Prof, if you insist, I will quickly do it then. Prof is, to the glory of God, a renowned professor of finance and capital market studies. He is recognized as Nigeria's first professor of capital markets. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said he is recognized as Nigeria's first professor of capital market. He's been playing these key functional roles over the years. Professor of Finances and Capital Markets at Nasarawa State University in Kefi. He was again the former head of the Department of Accounting, Banking and Finance at the same Nasarawa State University. At another time, he was the State Commissioner for Finance in Imo State. I was thinking Nasarawa State again. He is, as we speak, a prolific writer and regularly provides financial and economic analysis for major media outlets in this country. He is a chartered stockbroker, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, and a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. I present Professor Uche Uwaleke for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the MC. Good afternoon, everyone. The Royal Fathers of the day, permit me to adopt protocols already established. Also permit me to specially recognize the convener of this summit, Honorable Adamson. Honorable, I commend you for what you're doing. I am very proud of you. I say I'm very proud of him because Honorable Adamson was my student at the Nasarawa State University, Kefi. So Nasarawa State University is proud of you. Let me also specially recognize the Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos, since I am coming from the academia as well. So VC, I recognize you. So it's my pleasure to share with you a few thoughts on financing and the digital feature of industrial manpower development, innovations, investment models, and the role of the private sector. It's quite a lengthy one. But my focus is going to be on the financing aspect, because listening to presentations made here yesterday and today, it's obvious that we also have a funding gap. We have a financing challenge. All that we are doing requires scale, and that scale can only be achieved with funding. We all know, we've all heard that this is a country that has huge population, huge population. By 2050, Nigeria will be supplying 10% of the world's under 18. The median age for Nigeria is 18, compared that to China's 38. And we also know that the youth are usually early adopters of technology. So it's a very huge advantage for us as a country. In terms of the current state of digitalizing manpower development in Nigeria, one can say that some progress, has been made. Today, in many of our cities, we hear of innovation hubs. Only yesterday, the Vice President was in Calabar to commission an innovation hub, in addition to the 2 aircrafts that he commissioned, owned by the Cross River State government. I think he left here yesterday for that event. So we have them all over the place. Abuja is actually, Lagos is reputed to have 40% of innovation hubs. Abuja and Port Harcourt also have some sizable percentage. Abuja 20%, Port Harcourt 10%, and then others 30%. So cities like Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt are becoming vibrant innovation hubs, featuring the likes of Andela, Tuteria, and the code camps. And we also know that Nigeria has the highest number of unicorns in Africa. Unicorns are companies that have valuations of over $1 billion. Nigeria has, you can name them, you can name InterSwitch, you can name Opay, MoneyPoint, Flutterwave. These are unicorns. Africa has a total of 7 unicorns, and Nigeria has 5. So that tells you the potentials that we have here in Nigeria. And I'm sure many of us know too, that Nigerians are the 2nd highest adopters of cryptocurrency, talking about digital technology. But we have gaps. Despite these potentials, there are gaps, one of which, many of them have been mentioned here yesterday. We have access gap. Please, I would like you to, so that the audience can follow, please scroll down. Yeah. Gaps. So we have access gaps. Only 40% of rural communities, this is what research has shown, have internet access. We also know the issue with broadband speed. And then a number of people too have mentioned this issue, curriculum misalignment. Many tertiary curricula today lack AI, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and automation modules. We also know that e-learning platforms are growing, but adoption remains uneven. Slow policy adaptation. The curricula for NUC and MBTE are usually updated after every 5 years, but we also know that technology moves at a faster pace. And then the issue of funding, which is where I will devote a little more time. There is the issue of funding, no doubt. Earlier on, I was listening to the Minister of Youth, talk about the need to have cottage industry in every local government area in this country. I think that is feasible, I think that's achievable, but again, there is the issue of funding. If you have been following our annual budgets over the years, you would find one particular item there that I've consistently noticed, known as OLOP, the OLOP program, the One Local Government, One Product program. If you check the allocation to that OLOP program, One Local Government, One Product every year, it's just 1 billion naira. So I keep wondering, what can 1 billion naira do, for a very important program like that? So there is the issue of funding. Then recently, we're also aware of the National Information Technology Development Agency's 3 million technical talent, program, and this program is said to have, if I'm correct, 20,000 naira, per capita funding. Again, that is quite small. There is also the issue of inadequate private sector participation. The government cannot do it all. That has been established. And we also know that even the private sector that engages in CS, corporate social responsibility, go and look at their budget for corporate social responsibility and what they do with the funds. Very little, go into the, skills development. And if you also take the case of TED Fund, if you analyze TED Fund and the spending pattern of TED Fund, much of it goes into infrastructure, with very little on instructor training. And the consequences, are better imagined. We have growing unemployment. 68% of TVET graduates, according to MBS report, lack digital literacy. Industrial stagnation. Manufacturers are importing, foreign expertise to be able to function. Again, yesterday I was watching the video where Inosun, the CEO of Inosun, the chairman of Inosun, was talking about, bringing in 60 expatriates, in Nigeria that he pays. So we also have slowed industrialization. But as I said, in all this, how can we improve funding? That is the thrust of this presentation. But before then, let me quickly mention that I will urge us all here to go and look at the German example. Today, Germany is Europe's largest economy. The euro area, Germany is #1 economy in the euro area. And that's because of the fact that Germany has invested so much in human capital development. It's good to invest in fiscal infrastructure. It's good to do roads. But more importantly, it's good to invest, or it's better rather, to do more in the area of human capital development. So for Germany, there is the dual vocational training system, which I'm pretty sure a number of you are aware, where, for example, you have students who spend just 30% in the classroom and 70% with the companies. So what has that done? You notice that 54% of German youths, are enrolling. Today we have a very little, a smaller percentage of Nigerian youths involved in the ITF programs. And I'm saying that Nigeria can maybe adapt that kind of model by, for example, having between now and 2027, partner with 10 corporate partners, okay, like a pilot program where, for example, if Dangote, for example, is selected, training can be done in the area of electric vehicle maintenance. For Jumia, e-logistics certifications. And then, where will government get the funding? I'm saying that that fund can be made to dedicate 30% of its fund to, to such programs. And then, of course, there will be phase 2. From 2028 to 2030, for example, companies can now be mandated to take at least 5%, of their apprentices must be, involved in such programs. And we can also have laws to be able to back that up. As legislative incentives in the Industrial Training Fund Amendment Bill can also be used to support that. There is also the Singapore's Skills Future. Singapore is a country of 6 million people, so their model may not be completely adapted here in Nigeria, because what happens in Singapore is that every youth, once you are 25 years and above, you're given some money for lifelong learning. As much as $500 is given to you, Singaporean dollar is given to you for lifelong learning. I'm not too sure we can afford to do that in Nigeria because of our population. But there is also a lesson from that, from the Singapore example. And I'm saying here that it is also possible for the private sector and state governments, the FG, to collaborate with them to establish digital academies in each state of the Federation, including FCT. Now, if you have looked at or if you saw the document, Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, and you go to the education section of that plan, remember the ERGP under the previous administration, you will find where it is stated there that there was a plan to establish post-university skills acquisition centers in all the states of the Federation. Of course, as we speak, that never saw the light of the day. I'm saying something similar can actually be activated by having digital academies in each state of the Federation. Again, where will the funds come from? Today, the federal government has agreed to relinquish 5% of its VAT, value-added tax, to state governments. Currently, the federal government takes 15% share of value-added tax. The states and local governments take 85%. But in the new Tax Act, the federal government has agreed to release 5% of its VAT to states without tying that money to anything. I'm saying this is an opportunity for the federal government to sit down with the states and say, okay, we want to relinquish this money to you, but let it be used for this particular purpose. Otherwise, if it is released without being tied to specific projects, such as digital skills, of course, that means the states will be free to use the money for anything. I've also talked about reallocating the TED fund budget. So what are some of the financing, innovative financing skills, how we can generate this money to scale these programs? Let me say from the onset that one of the things I will drop with one of the advice I want to give to the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industrial Training is, as soon as this summit is over, I would advise that he should contact the Nigerian Exchange with a view to, if you like, operationalizing some of the recommendations I'm going to make here now. One of the ways by which we can raise money for this is by getting the government to issue what we call skills bond. Skills bond. You know what a bond is. Governments borrow by issuing bonds. So in a skills bond, the money that is raised will be completely tied to the digital skills program. We have seen examples of skills bond in some other countries, like in India, for example. So India, in 2021, launched a skills impact bond, where they were able to raise $14 million. So I'm saying that kind of thing can also happen here. The FG will issue a skills bond, and proceeds will be used, to finance some of these, projects. Yesterday, too, I was excited listening to the DG of Industrial Training Fund. You talked about so many things you're doing. I also noted that you mentioned that one of the challenges too has to do with inadequate training centers. Yes, I'm saying one way to also fund this is to leverage skills bond. So government can do it. As I said, it has been done in India, and it was quite successful. So what usually happens is that investors provide these funds upfront, and then the government will use the money for the digital skills acquisition programs, and of course repay investors over, over time. So the next slide talks about the financing structure, how it is financed, and the target investors. Okay, here I was saying here that we can do a 300 billion 5-year skills bond. Okay, we'll issue that, of course, on the NGX, and then proceeds will be used. You ring-fence the proceeds and use them to equip digital skill hubs in each geopolitical zone. So we can have that kind of ambition. We can say in each geopolitical zone, let's have digital skill hubs, 50 billion naira each in each of the zones. So that is 300 billion, and once that money is raised, the government can use that to, you can imagine the kind of impact that will have. Whatever we are doing, again, I want to repeat, we should think of scale, okay? In a country where you have millions of youths, when you launch programs that can only cover thousands of youths, the impact is not felt. Except you launch programs that can cover millions of youths. If you have 5 million people entering the labor market every year, and you are doing a program that can only affect 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, the effects will not be there. And to have scale, you will need funds. That's my point. The other one that is also related to skills bond is a sukuk skills bond. It's called skills sukuk. And what is skills sukuk? Again, I'm sure many of us are familiar with, you must have heard of sukuk. Government has been issuing sukuk. Currently, what do we do with sukuk proceeds? We use them to do roads. We build roads. But sukuk can also be used for things like this, for manpower development. I'm saying government should also begin to think in that direction. Today, the size of sukuk we have in the country today is just around 1 trillion, and we have been using them for roads. The highest one we have done so far is 300 billion naira worth of sukuk, and it's also going to be used for roads. Remember what I said at the beginning, it's good to do roads, but it's better to invest in a human capital, development. Part of the money we can raise via sukuk can also be used for human capital development. And so instead of, the beauty of using sukuk is that the proceeds again will be ring-fenced. So when you issue a skills sukuk, for example, the money can never be diverted, and the investors are there to take up the bonds. We have examples in Malaysia. We have examples in some other countries, but Malaysia is a good example where Sukuk has also been used to fund skills development in the country. Then there is also the skills ETF. ETF stands for Exchange Traded Funds. Okay, again, this has been used in the US. In 2021, a skills ETF was also done in the US, and proceeds were also invested in education. So I'm saying the government can actually issue bonds and use those bonds strictly for education. So I've cited the case of India, I've cited the case of Malaysia, I've also cited the case of the United States. The EDUT, which is the US case, was actually listed on the New York Stock Exchange. And of course, an exchange traded fund is simply a fund that tracks the performance of, if you like, an underlying, it can be an index or it can be anything. But a skills ETF is said to be a thematic ETF in the sense that it's simply tracking the performance of edu firms, in an area. So again, Nigeria can adopt the blended model. The blended model is to target people that live in diaspora, issue diaspora bonds. We have also attempted to issue diaspora bonds here some time ago, but Nigeria can issue diaspora bonds targeting Nigerians in the UK, in US, EU, Canada, and so on. And of course, such bonds can be denominated in dollars or in foreign currency, and the entire proceeds will be ring-fenced for training, skills programs, especially in renewable energy, ICT, and manufacturing. And the management of the funds, when you raise the funds, must not be with the government. To build trust, you set up an SPV, to be able to do that. Now, finally, what's the role of the private sector in all this? The private sector should also be in a position to provide employment commitment, because at the end of the day, the focus should be on training people that are industry ready from day one. From day one, they're industry ready. So as they're leaving the institutes or training places, they're also getting employed. So that commitment needs to be given, and for that to happen, the government should also be ready to grant tax incentives, to companies that do that. Okay? The central bank, for example, could decide to, for banks that, get themselves involved in corporate social responsibility to do with skills development, central bank can decide to maybe use a lower cash reserve requirement. Today, CRR is 50%. I'm saying central bank can use differentiated cash reserve requirement, again, to encourage as an incentive for banks to support, industrial manpower development in Nigeria. Again, we have precedents. It's something that is also happening in other jurisdictions. So the government can use fiscal incentives to do that. Part of what was proposed in the tax bill was a reduction in the company's income tax from 30% to 25%. So that was proposed, but it didn't fly. When the new tax act came, the company's income tax was still maintained at 30%. Although we know today we have exemptions. Companies with turnover of 50 million are exempted from paying tax. But the initial proposal was to actually reduce companies' income tax. I'm saying this is also an opportunity to say that companies that are fully supporting manpower development or are keying into government programs, should be given some preference by way of incentive. Government can reduce, for those companies, their own tax or give them tax credits. So essentially, this is what the role of the private sector should be. And then I'll leave you with some actionable steps. I'm proposing in this presentation that effort should be made. If the money is raised, as I've suggested, then the government should be able to establish digital skills hubs within Nigerian industrial clusters, to begin with. Lagos, Abia, Kano, co-financed by the industry and technology partners. I'm also saying government should encourage corporate bodies like MTN to establish digital skills academies that are linked to universities. Very, very important. Earlier on, the VC Unilag talked about academia industry partnership. So whatever they're doing should be linked to universities. And it's important to incentivize, please mark that, and I underlined it, incentivize a shift from corporate social responsibility to corporate skills responsibility. So it's not about corporate social responsibility and as a company you're donating to some courses that are not tied to skills development. The company should also be encouraged to do more of corporate skills responsibility as opposed to corporate social responsibility. And then it's also important that it has been mentioned here, we future-proof curricula, integrate AI, data analytics into our programs in our tertiary institutions, into NYSC, into NDE, and tertiary education. And then how should we measure success? It's not by the number of people that have enrolled or the number of people that have graduated. No, we should measure success by employment rates, not just degrees awarded. I also think that the Third Fund Act should be amended to allocate at least 20% of funds to digital manpower development. And it's important that the government provides incentives for the Nigerian capital market to unlock its potential to mobilize long-term capital for digital industrial skills transformation. Once again, I want to advise the SSA that it's important you engage the Nigerian Exchange, engage the Debt Management Office, engage the Securities and Exchange Commission, engage Capital Market Academies of Nigeria, which I have the privilege of leading, on how to structure these financing schemes that I've mentioned. They have worked in other jurisdictions, in other countries, and I'm pretty sure that they can also work in Nigeria. On this note, I want to thank you for listening.
Can we again appreciate Professor Uche Uwaleke, sir? Thank you so very much. It was a paper presentation analyzing the current state of digitalization of manpower development, global best practices, and proposal sustainable financing frameworks in this context. We thank you so very much, sir. Before I move on, I want to recognize Mayor Kingsley Okoronkwo. He is a national youth leader, Team Wazobia, Nigeria. We want to thank you for coming. Well, distinguished eminent guest, we are going to go into the panel session as we speak. And I'm going to invite the panelist and the moderator. But for the for the moderator today, who should be the Vice Chancellor, Nasarawa State University, Kefi, in the person of Professor Saadatu Hassan Lehman, who is not physically present, but competently and capably represented today by a very reliable representative in the person of Dr. Ewa Ibrahim Inusa, the acting director, Students Industrial Work Experience Schemes, CWES, in Nasarawa State University, Kefi. With all due respect, Dr. Ewa Ibrahim Nusa, wherever you are seated, can you please come on stage as the moderator of this session? We thank you so very much, sir. We thank you. For the panelists, I have, I know we don't have the representative of the executive governor of Ogun State. I know he's not here yet, but the Honorable Minister for Youth Development took permission and asked that he attends to other assignments when he was speaking. The representative from the Bank of Industry, I'm yet to see him here, but I know they'll join us. But if the DG Smedan is here, Dr. Charles Okebuno Odi, are you in the house, sir? The DG Smedan, do we have the representative in the house as well? Okay. From our donor agency, you know, I don't speak German, and I don't know how to speak German as a language. But my sister Sandra corrected me, and I was glad. But again, when I left her, you know, the pressure of this mental processing of what you do, I lost sight of how I'm to pronounce the word again. But suffice to say that I know you represent the German Corporation for International Cooperation, and of course you are partners in this collaboration that provides services in international cooperation for sustainable development. So Lady Sandra, may I ask you to save myself breaking my teeth or my jaw in pronouncing, but I know you are the head of program of that agency. Please, let's give her a resounding applause. Lady Sandra, please, thank you so very much. Malam Laden, you are still much with us. Wherever you are seated, sir, can we also have you join us on stage to share from your wealth of experience? Malam Ahmed Laden, sir, go be wherever you are seated. Okay, that's you. Okay, I'm sorry. You know, I use glasses. I cannot really see afar when I... So let's please ask you respectfully, sir, to grace this session with us so that we can tap more from your wealth of experience. You said something. You said potential has become something or something, but I want to get that from you as a quotable quote. I'm also going to invite for this session, he's representing the Executive Secretary, the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council, Ms. Aisha Rimi, represented by the Deputy Director, Nigerian Investment Promotion Council, Mr. Emmanuel Longza. Are you still with us? Mr. Longza, sir, can you please join us on stage? All right, I will be requesting the honor, though he's going to moderate another session, but we are asking him to be part of this session because of his expertise and some area of specialization in his professional duties of what he does. He's a fellow of the CCA, fellow CIB, Challenge of Bankers, and of course, fellow ACA and the PhD holder, Dr. Abiodun Akambi, is the Chief Investment Officer, Abuja Investment Company Limited. You are with us in the house. I can say that confidently that you are in the house. Dr. Akambi, sir, can you please join us? Doc, please do join us for this session. You will moderate your other session when it's time. I'll be inviting again to join us Dr. Suleiman Adebayo, former Director of Trade, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. You represented the Permanent Secretary this morning, but I know you are still very much with us. We also want you to join the session, please, so that we can quickly harness this issue and address them accordingly. So, distinguished eminent guests, without taking much of your time again, I will be handing over the baton to the moderator, Dr. Ewa Ibrahim Inusa from Nasarawa State University. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon. Okay. It's on. The Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Senator John Owen Eno. The Minister of Youth and Sport Development, Ayodele Oluwande. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Nura Abarimi. The SSA to the President on Industrial Training and Development, Honorable Adamson Oluwatosin Ayinde, and all other protocols duly and respectfully observed. Let me start by tendering the unreserved apology of my Vice Chancellor, Professor Saadatu Hassan Liman, who had wished to be here herself, but as we speak, she's out of the country and had asked that I represent her in this gathering. So good afternoon all. What we are going to be doing here this afternoon is going to be an addition to the other panel sessions that had taken place here earlier on. Our panel here is the third in the series of the panel discussions that had taken place here, starting from yesterday through today. And our discussion here is going to be centered on unlocking investments in industrial manpower, challenges, opportunities, and cross-sector collaborations. That is what our discussion here today is going to be centered on. So, my distinguished panel members, we're all welcome to the stage. I think I am made to understand that this session is going to last for about 30 to 45 minutes, and so we need to be apt and straight to the points while we are responding to the questions that will be thrown at us. So let me start with a representative of the ESNIPC. Sir, which incentives are truly accessible to training centers and EdTech providers today? And what small fix would unlock uptake? That is the question for you to respond to for our distinguished audience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The moderator, my fellow panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all thank you for the question you just put across. For us, industrial manpower is actually not just a human resource. It is an asset that could drive Nigeria industrialization and, of course, diversification. And therefore, investors generally do not invest in a location. They invest in capabilities and capacities. And I'd like to take your question that you asked. Are there incentives, particularly for those who would like to invest in capacity building and skill upscaling? Yes, there are incentives. In fact, the Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission is aware of the fact that investors look for locations where they would find skilled labor. And therefore, one of the incentives that we have is what we call implant training incentive. And that implant training incentive gives investors, or investors are entitled to 2% of their tax over a period of 5 years. So they have a 2% concession on their tax over a period of 5 years. And that's to motivate them, just like we heard from our last speaker, the prof, that we need to find a way of putting incentives for people to invest in a particular sector that would motivate them. That is one. The second is there is a tax incentive for research and development as well. And in that sense, people who would like to invest in research and development, which is part of trying to build the capacity, there is an incentive. And we've seen countries that have had a way of including training and scaling in their own countries. The prof mentioned about 3 countries. He talked about the Singapore model. He talked about, of course, the Singapore model is using the skill future, just like he said. And he talked about Germany, where they have the dual apprenticeship model, and then the Malaysian. Now, if you go through this, you would see evidently that these countries have attracted FDI into their countries. And if I may share with you quickly before we go to the next, what they've been able to attract as because of those skills that they have been able to put in their countries, the skill models. Singapore, for example, today is the 3rd in terms of the global FDI ranking. Why? Because they've been able to now put in place a skill future that has a lot of skilled manpower. And the FDI inflow there is almost about 159.7 billion as of 2023. Germany, 36 billion. Malaysia, 9 to 12 billion. So, and of course, they are number 3rd in terms of the FDI. So it means that if we're able to put those incentives to attract investments into those sectors, then we'll be able to attract FDI into our countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that quick response. The next question will be directed to GIZ. We are aware that GIZ World Bank is doing a lot within the skills ecosystem in Nigeria. Can you please share some success stories and how can the effort be more impactful?
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, distinguished guests and dear panelists. Allow me to stand on existing protocols. I'm here to represent Dr. Marcus Wagner, the director of GIZ Nigeria. My name is Sandra Vermaeten. I'm head of program of Centers for Migration and Development. And it's a huge pleasure to be here at this National Industrial Manpower Summit. I think we can all agree that when we're talking about jobs and skills, that it's really all hands on deck. And we really welcome this initiative because it responds to a lot of the work that we're doing with agencies, ministries, and institutions across the nation, especially, of course, when we're talking about social and economic development. GIZ, the German Development Agency that implements on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, has been working in Nigeria for 51 years now. Last year we celebrated 50 years in Nigeria, and just last week there was a meeting between the BMZ and the Ministry of Budget and Planning, charting the way forward for the coming years. And I'm glad to say that socioeconomic development will very much continue to be part and parcel of this engagement. When we now look at some of the success stories in terms of the work that's being done within the context of this panel, I think one is, of course, contributing to the development of curricula that are really targeted towards the labor markets. And one of those examples is related to the installation of solar panels, not just in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and Skill Centers, but also with COREN, with the Association for Engineers. And even one of the beneficiaries of one of those trainings is even here. He greeted me this morning, Jerry. So this is very much happening right now. As to financing skills centers and even startup tools, because it's one thing to provide skills, but too many young Nigerians finish their trainings without the appropriate startup tools or even the certificate itself. And we've launched a pilot project in collaboration with the Ministry of Labor and Employment and its Skills Center in Yaba, through which over 200 people have benefited from a revolving fund. This revolving fund basically allows for people to get access to tools immediately once they finish the training and pay it back within 1 year. And there's a payback rate of over 70% after 2 years of implementing this pilot project. If this kind of initiative is scaled and every skill center in Nigeria has a revolving fund attached to it, that would reduce the cost of providing tools to 20%. So for every person that graduates, 5 of them would be able to access tools with the same investment. And I'll be happy to share this information with also the prof, because these revolving funds already exist in other African countries. So not just in Malaysia and Singapore and the United States, but in Kenya, Uganda, and Congo. So where these kind of programs are successfully being implemented and ensure that young people get access to tools. As to the infrastructure, I mean, a lot of talk has been, we've said a lot about, how we need to equip and expand skills training centers. I mean, I think we can all agree that that infrastructure is not the key problem. The question is not what, the question is how. How do we mobilize this public infrastructure? And over the last few years, we've been collaborating actively with local governments, with computer centers, with different skill centers, including, of course, those of the Federal Ministry of Labor, supporting them with providing capacity building for their trainers, capacity development for basically doing training programs, but also providing consumables and, when necessary, power. I mean, we've trained over 10,000 people just through these initiatives. And let me just say this, that this is just one very small part of the overall training dividend that GIZ has contributed to Nigeria over the last few years. But what is that clearly shown is that we need another type of a model in order to bring, I would say, this type of initiatives and the private sector together to really mobilize the public infrastructure that is already in place, with staff that is already working there. So we would plead for a policy model, a PPP, a public-private partnership in the public interest, meaning where public institutions are not privatized, or where the public is not providing funding to the public sector, but basically where they come together at the local government level. We already spoke about one product per local government. So in each of these centers, there could be, let's say, a holistic approach, bringing together the different actors that can both make use of this infrastructure as well as delivering skills to people. So on the one hand, mobilizing public infrastructure, on the other, developing revolving funds attached to each of these skill centers. Those would be some of the, I would say, best practices that we would like to roll out. Thank you.
Right, Rep. GIZ, well done for that insightful answer, response to the question. As we can see, most of the panel's members were unavoidably absent, and some people have been asked to come in their place. And so the remaining questions are going to be thrown open so that any of the panel members can go ahead and answer. This one is saying, this one is actually directed to the youth and sport development, but let me ask the question, anybody can answer. From your experience and keeping the NYSC example in mind, where could paid apprenticeships fit in neatly without creating a parallel bureaucracy? That is the question. Any of the panel members can come in to answer. Thank you. Okay. From your experience and keeping the NYSC example in mind, where could paid apprenticeships fit in neatly without creating a parallel bureaucracy?
All right. Thank you very much. First, let me again thank the organizers for inviting our institute. I lead an institute that is responsible for regulating the practice of human resource management in Nigeria, the CIPM. Of course, the only one, of course, chartered by law to so do. In our institute, for example, one of the programs that we are starting just about now is one that enables us to go to NYSC camps to meet youth corpers while they are in camp, to speak to them about why, for example, they need to, in addition to whatever degrees or education they've received from the universities or the polytechnics or monotechnics, to get professional certification. Now, while our focus as an HR institute will be to get youth corpers who are interested in, say, joining or joining the HR profession and joining our institute, for example, the CIPM. To answer your question, we think that beyond national service for youth corpers, providing them the opportunity for apprenticeship, even in the course of work, and paid apprenticeship, for that matter, immediately opens them to opportunities, you know, for acquiring skills, for acquiring knowledge, even in the course of the one-year National Youth Service. Now, and these skills and knowledge that they acquire, even in the course of providing service to the nation, can also be paid for by employers. For example, if you have a mechanical engineering youth corper, and you have an automobile industry, there is nothing that says that such a youth corper who is posted, for example, to an automobile company cannot learn, you know, vehicle repairs, whether they are combustion engines, whether they are electrical vehicles that we are having now, whether they are CNG operated vehicles. Some of these things are not taught in the universities right now. But of course, as a youth corper who is attached to a workshop, the corper can learn, and in the course of learning, we can also get employers, of course, to pay them, you know, for their contributions to the institute. Of course, we know that the NYSC pays them a stipend. But most employers, as we know today, are encouraged, of course, to also pay these youth corpers. I would imagine, for example, that if we were to post a youth corper whose background is in chemical engineering or instrumentation or electrical, to a cement company, for example, the Boas and the Dangotes of this world, or the Lafarges that we have in Nigeria today, and we expose them to the production facilities that you have, you know, in these companies and businesses or factories. They have the opportunity over the course of the NYSC, the 9-month periods where they are with these businesses, to learn practically, you know, cement mix from say, of course, the rolling mill to the cement mill, from the cement mill, of course, to the packing plant in the cement plant. Now, those learnings that the corper will take over the course of the 9 months are things that this corper, of course, takes away from the business. And of course, such businesses, again, can then be encouraged to pay such youth corpers, because whichever way you look at it, at the point at which they are doing the NYSC with these employers, they are also providing a service for these employers. So it's a question of either recruiting to fill that gap that the youth corper is covering at the time for the business, you know, from outside, you know, or of course using the youth corper. So if we are using an NYSC or a youth corper to do that job at the time, we expect that businesses should also pay such corpers when they are doing the work. And this is why we encouraged that industries and businesses should attract youth corpers, you know, from the camps, give them opportunities to come and do NYSC, you know, in their respective places. Not only, you know, to provide service, but also to provide opportunities for learning for these youth corpers, and of course, to also pay them for doing this. So I think the opportunities are abound. They are out there. It is to encourage our businesses, you know, in the country to continue to open their doors, of course, for youth corpers, you know, and also pay them for the services that they are providing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me say that I didn't know I would be here seated to contribute to this important conversation. But nevertheless, it's always good to listen first. And I'll take a cue, or a rather, from the last two speakers. Let me start from, I think that is Malam Gobir, I suppose. But if I don't get the name correctly, I just want to pick something. The moderator asked that we should share our experience and also put it in the context. So let me start from international experience. And I'll come back to what the colleagues from NIPC said in terms of incentives and the rest. From international contexts, we always refer to international best practices and what worked best. And we also talk about success stories. And there is no universal template for us to do a kind of appraisal or measurement. So differentiation will normally come into play. And I'll also come back to what the lady from GISF said in terms of international cooperations and collaboration. Let me start from international perspective. That there is what we call international certifications or classifications of services. We have services in different sectors of the economy. And internationally, there are recognizable kind of sectors in services. Business services, engineering services, all the rest. I recall that some time ago, I want to quickly link it to what happens in WTO at Geneva. where they deal with global trade, multilateral rules, disciplines, and all the rest. And the interesting thing is that Nigeria is also a key participant. To be very specific and precise, the Charter Institute of Secretaries, if I get it right, wanted an international recognitions and certifications of their professional certificate so that they can practice globally. And I recalled that they have members across the different parts of the world, including Nigeria, including Singapore. And I recall that some of the members, being aware of the members of WTO and the influence those members of WTO will have, lobbied some members of WTO to enable WTO to facilitate the recognition, international certification of that professional body. It's a long story, but that is the international angle. That how do you recognize certificate globally that you can operate any part of the world? I don't think up to this point in time that certificate has been globally recognized, but that is one aspect of it. Let me come back to the issue of investment now. I also recall that in 2017, Nigeria happens to be a member of the Investment Facilitation for Development that hosted a conference in Nigeria. And that conference that Nigeria hosted in 2017 led to WTO declaration of those members that wanted disciplines on investment facilitation for development, not for resolving state dispute, but for investment facilitation. So the angles of multilateral engagements now comes in. What do we want? We do not only talk of investment promotion. We are talking of what? Investment facilitation. And we are also not talking of incentives, because several countries do grant incentives, but that will not be sufficient. We are also talking of investment in the right sectors, in the priority sectors. So I'm just bringing the dimensions of international context to this argument. But nevertheless, coming back to the main discussion, in terms of the state of the economy, in terms of the connection with the workforce, and we know that no economy is completely isolated. So there is this interconnectivity. Therefore, the first thing we should come to our mind is we have done our need assessment, and I'll also tell you the importance of need assessment, because these are all connected. When Nigeria was to ratify the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement in 2015, 16, and 17, the first thing they did was a need assessment to understand the gaps that exist. And after the need assessment that was conducted by World Bank, it was realized that many of the measures that we are supposed to implement are already being implemented. So there is nothing new in terms of investment, in terms of trade facilitation and measures. But I also come back to the importance of globalization and importance of multilateralism. The WCO, World Customs Organization Convention, that was adopted, they call it Kyoto Convention in Brussels. But most of the provisions are what we call best endeavors. Because the provisions are best endeavors, so they needed a discipline that would make those provisions enforceable. So they came to WTO, and WTO started negotiations on WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. And eventually that agreement was adopted, and Nigeria was also a signatory to that agreement. The point I'm saying is this: you need international cooperation, you need international collaboration, but you also need discipline. In most cases, most of our policies suffer what? Policies of assault. There is no what we call predictability. So how will investors have confidence in your economy when your regime is unpredictable, when there's no certainty, when there's policy reversals and what have you? So you have to create that confidence in the investor for them to be able to invest on a sustainable basis. I think that's the international dimension. Let me now come back to the local dimension in terms of the connectivity. Education is an important sector of the economy. Very important. How many of our policies are connected to education? And I'll break it down one by one. I'm a trade policy person. I haven't retired as Director of Trade. So I will speak to trade. Is there any of our sectors in Nigeria today that has no trade implication? And I'll break it down. I was discussing with the Special Assistant to the President on Agriculture. We have agricultural policy. Why do we produce? Whether goods or services. Is it enough to trade? So there is any aspect of our economy that does not have implication for trade. Environment. We have environmental policy. The manners of producing environmental goods has implication for global trade. Environmental goods are also determined by the process and procedures of producing those goods. So trade is there. Services is trade. Aviation is trade. And now we now talk about African Continental Free Trade Agreement. What's that agreement all about? Is it not for trade expansion? It is all about market access. So we must properly dissect and interrogate ourselves the relevance of trade in our discussion. Let me conclude on the following. I came from the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. We have trade policy. We will have industrial policy. We have investment policies. These three are interlinked. Therefore, one policy affects the other. So the policy must have an handshake and cooperations and collaboration. Let me speak to other two issues. Women. Is there any fabrics of our society that doesn't have women or does not have youth? And creatively, the FCFT has a protocol on what? On women and youth for the first time. So women and youth now goes together. You're either a woman or you're a youth. Can you be both? I don't know. You can be both. Fine. So there's a handshake between women and youth. We had a debate sometimes who contribute more to the growth of the economy, the youth or the women. I'll throw it open. Women or youth? Women. Very good. A lot to be said. But let me try to conclude because I wasn't prepared for this. I'm more inclined to responding to questions. Similar to what happened this morning, I didn't know I was standing for the PS. I stood in for the PS, and now I'm in the panel. To God be the glory for the strength. Apology if perhaps the way I handle these particular questions may be a bit disappointing. But I will tell you that when you are sharing experience, you share it very frankly, you share it very bluntly, without mixing words and without sentiment or emotion. I think my conclusion on this, especially for moderator, because at times you put us in the box. We are not in an academic session where you say this question, answer it, this question, answer it, and there's no marks for questions and answer. I want discretion. I want liberty. I want freedom. I want to be able to connect all these topics and be able to bring out salient points. What is my conclusion is this. Why are we having this conversation? That's the first question. Why is this panel important? Why are we having the conversation? Is it just to speak grammar or to speak phonetics or what? I think it's a serious conversation. And in a serious conversation, we must interrogate ourselves. And I'll conclude by saying, do we have problems? And the answer is yes. Don't we know the solution? Or we don't? We do. I recall in the Goodwill messages that we should not just throw away the old policies. And I'll conclude on this note too. I'm sorry I say I'll conclude and I'll conclude. What happened to Vision 2010? What happened to Vision 2020? And now we are talking about what? 2030. Are we being sincere to ourselves? I read Vision 2010. I read Vision 2020. And I'm projecting Vision 2030. Where would this vision lead us to? That's the question. Does it mean we don't have vision any longer? I think we need to be critical of ourselves. And I'm sorry if I'm also critical of myself. And what is it? I like the Americans. What do they say? Have high-level ambition. I think in most cases our ambition is always low-level. Low-level ambition. And that's why we celebrate what we should not be celebrating. We celebrate what? What we should not be celebrating.
Thank you, sir.
Am I to conclude or I should continue?
Conclude, sir.
I
We
should
have
conclude.
other questions to take. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me conclude on
Please
the
conclude.
fact that we are celebrating what we should not be. I'm asked to fire on, but I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's like if we allow you, you continue to speak till tomorrow, but we have to stop because we have other questions to attend to. This one is saying, which single task measure can quickly encourage private investment in skills and why? Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. It's okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon, sir.
And it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Abiodun, and I work for Abuja Investment Company, which is the private sector arm of the FCT. And I want to contribute, then go to the answer of some questions you've asked. That, in my own opinion, there are 3 things or 4 things that we should look, and all these things should be wrapped in all in one. It's about the capacity building and the technical knowledge of our youth. It's about the funding of whatever these youths, either they want to be entrepreneurs or this capacity building. Then also the access to the market if they want to be entrepreneurs. So I want to go local because we represent FCT, and a couple of days ago we started what we call the Abuja Youth Talent Competition. And this competition is aimed to tackle all these places, areas of which I've alluded to. First, we're collaborating with Abuja Enterprise Agency, which is a sister agency, that will identify this youth, give them training in whatever areas they are going to do. Then, we as Abuja Investment are giving some kind of equity funding for any youth that is successful from that program. And we are very deliberate in this effort that we've made it strictly youth. So eligibility is any FCT resident, because we are local, we are here in the FCT, and you must be between the age of 18 to 35. That is very important for us when we're talking about youth. We've also said there's funding. We've had a lot of people within, stakeholders within us that are philanthropic in nature. And some of them have made commitment to give equity contribution or grants to any of these people that are looking for funding. Again, I will probably share with the Secretariat the website, because it's youth, they are techie. Everything we are going to do is web-based. And it's going to be on merit basis for the selection of these people. Then access to market. We've also provided a platform whereby, if for instance you are a youth entrepreneur, you are whatever you do, maybe a tailor, whatever you do, we have partners that are ready to collaborate or take your product or help you in that business. So what I'm trying to say is that this must be an holistic approach. Every of these areas that have identified is part of how we can solve the problem. If we build the capacity and we leave them out without funding, there's a problem. If you build, how do we get funding to build the capacity? Those are the things that the Prof alluded to in his earlier presentation. Then how do we even have access to market? How do they sell their product? How do they be able to tell people about the technical skills they need? Those are things that must all be in one place for us to be able to achieve a meaningful objective. Because what we find out that is that many times we'll do all these things in isolation. We have silos of, there's a capacity building going up, there's funding available somewhere from the BOI or whatever, and there's also, nobody knows how to get access to market. So this is our competition, and I'm coming from a practical experience. The website is on. I'll share with the Secretariat for anybody and all the youths to participate. But like I mentioned, it is only for FCT residents because our mandate is local, our mandate is within the FCT, the Federal Capital Territory. So one of the things we must have is that, and we are starting, this is the inaugural one, we will scale up later. But one of the things is that to bring a practical approach, not just to come and have very interesting workshops, very interesting debates, very interesting talk, but how are we practicalizing it? And this, as for us, we've partnered with a lot of organizations, especially with the Abuja Enterprise Agency, that has the capacity to do this. And we are now supporting. We are supporting in funding. We are supporting in providing all these things that I've talked about, in terms of funding, in terms of access to market, in terms of even mentorship amongst the people in the society, among successful entrepreneurs that have been able to do it so that these youths are well guided. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, you can add to what you have said, sir.
Okay, maybe to add to the question, he asks a specific question. What can we do if we're going to pick one single thing that would do to attract investment? And I would say that we would need to now deliberately create sector-based training centers in industrial parks and free zones. Yeah, one thing we've realized is that we have a number of free zones, but within the free zones, we don't have training centers. And I'll share with you the experience in China. China deliberately decided to create free zones in every local government. Just like we have one local government, one product that the prof talked about. Now, in each of those free zones, they now decided to design a sector-based training center in those free zones. Because most of the free zones are multi-sectoral. So if you have a manufacturing base or plan within the free zone, then you will equally have a training center that will train people on how to acquire skills in the manufacturing space. That is very important. Now, to add to that, we need to begin to think inwards and start it from the family level. One, in the UK, because of the issue and then the necessity of spending so much money to even get a plumber or to get a painter, what did families do? Families decided, the father, the kids, and then the ladies in the house, that every vacation they will take up one training or one skill. So the father in the house decided to take up a plumbing skill. The ladies decided to go into what? Manicure and others. The boys now went to the barbing salon. What did they do at the end of the day? If they have a plumbing issue, the father will attend to it. If they have issues that has to do with barbing in the house, the son attends to everybody. Why? Because they are keeping money in the house. And if we use the same model and then take it out, where we have free zones and we have different sectors within the zone, we have training centers that will train people within that zone on the different sector, then we'll be going forward. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
I'll be very brief. Maybe just 2 minutes and maybe perhaps 3 points or 4. I think the first one to say, I will address your question specifically. I will also address it more broadly. I think the first point to say is the fact that no country, no economy cannot perform the skills and capacity of its population. You may agree, you may disagree. I also want to underscore the fact that investment in industrial manpower is not an expense. It has multiplier effect for productivity, for competitiveness, and for sustainable growth. That's number 2. Number 3, in a rapidly evolving global market, nations, including Nigeria and other developing countries, that invest strategically in skills are those that capture industrial opportunities. There are challenges, but where you have challenges, there are opportunities. So why can't we look at those opportunities? And in relation to the opportunity, we have the Nigerian diaspora. Nigerian what? Diaspora. Why can't we leverage on Nigerian diaspora that are returning with their expertise, both in terms of capacity building and development, and also in terms of funding for skill development? This is homegrown. India does that successfully. Jamaica does that. Many countries does that. Why is it difficult in Nigeria for us to do that? How many of Nigerian diaspora that we have that are contributing to the growth and development of other countries? We only need to create the enabling environment for them. You can create industrial parks for them. You can give them incentives. Why is it difficult? Let me address the issue of investment now, because I'm close to investment, and my good friend here who helped me to get a paper for me to do my notes so that I do not go beyond the specific time that was allotted. We talk of incentives. What kind of incentives are we talking about? Are they fiscal incentives or what? How about other incentives? How about training grants? How about skill development credits for companies that upskilled their workers? How about public-private training partnerships? I think we've had enough conversations, even from yesterday to today. What we need to do is what? Walk the talk. And that's my conclusion. Walk what? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So the time is already looking at us. But before that, I want to ask this one last question. This one is centered on private sector investment. And it's saying, what is Bank of Industry doing to stimulate private sector investment in skills development? Any of us can chip in.
Is Bank of Industry?
Yes, what is Bank of Industry doing to stimulate private sector investment in skills development?
Well, I'm not in government, but I'm close to government. We know what Bank of Industry does. They also said it today in terms of the announcement they made. Bank of Industry is not doing this alone, but they're also doing it in partnership. And we can mention the agencies of government that in partners with Bank of Industry. ITF, SMIDAN, NADCC, there are several. And to be honest with you, what I can recall about Bank of Industry as of today is the digitization process where all the informations are publicly available. So any additional information that is required, you visit Bank of Industry website, including the e-commerce platform that they have created for the growth and development of that sector. So I'm not to say specifically in terms of what they are doing, but they are also partnering. We heard about Super. Super is done by who? By SMIDAN, by who? By ITF, and who is also supporting them? Bank of Industry. And that's why they are called what? Bank of Industry. That's why we have what? Bank of Agriculture. That's why we have what? What other banks do we have? So the mandate of Bank of Industry is very clear. For what? Industrial promotion, development, entrepreneurships, but most specifically, MSMEs growth and development. They have an office, a department, mainly for MSMEs growth and development. Let me conclude on this note. This morning, I was trying to look at SMEs competitiveness outlook as at April 2025. SMEs competitiveness outlook as at April 2025. It was published by ITC. That shows the status of MSMEs globally, including Nigeria, including the challenges, including the survey conducted.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Do I continue?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rep. Jaizi, please, 5 seconds.
Oh, yes. No, I just wanted to say that I mean, for the last 2 days, we've heard what is the problem. We know now how to solve the problem. The question is when. I think the answer to that is now. Now, right now, and we will be happy to support you in this process. Thank you.
All right. I think we've taken enough.
Mr. Moderator, I'm afraid I may have to call your attention to this, that the time allocated is due, but you just have to wrap it up now, sir.
Yes. In rounding up, I think we need to allow the audience to ask 1 or 2 questions before we can finally round off this session. Audience, is up to you.
We'll just take 2 questions, please.
All right.
2 questions, please. Just 2 questions. We've spent an hour behind schedule, and we must bridge that gap. Thank you.
Brief about it. Yes. Thank you so much for this conference. Yes, I have a quick, not just a question, but also a quick wrapping up on this. Thank you, sir. All right, so I want to appreciate the organizers once again. But there's also something I just want to look at before we go. Because this conference is Industrial Manpower Summit. And when we talk about industrial, we should talk of industries. I think we need to also include that in what we are discussing. So that we don't just, I came all the way from Delta State. It took me 20 hours to get here. So we don't just come here and live like that without touching some critical issues. And one of it, I believe, is how do we, just like the Minister of Education said yesterday, how do we create the industries that also the manpower can work? We also need to look at that. And I think in a quick suggestion, we should look at the possibility, just like the Minister for Youth was talking about. I'll also be talking about that. We need to look at quickly investing into the agro-allied industry. One product, one local government. There's a practical way to achieve it. It's possible. If we make as simple as, I'm using my state, for example, a 10 billion naira investment per state, which is per local government, and each local government has what it produces. For example, Oshimili North can produce oil palm. If we put 10 billion, just 10 billion naira, both for the input of planting the oil palm and 5 billion for input, 5 billion for processing, that simple investment is going to turn around to have over 5,000 impact on livelihood. And you see that community that happens, what happens is that the industrial growth has started. Because you have done that for one, you do that for another community. In a short while, you realize that these communities can actually absorb the manpower. Because I was listening to Senator Eno yesterday, and I saw the passion with which he spoke on Shiners. You see, the manpower is being trained, but to where? Because if we don't address the issue of where they are going to, we're going to have like an educational sector that keeps producing graduates, and there's no place for them to work. So I think we need to address that issue so that we can get them, get somewhere they can work, so that as they are trained, they have an industry to work. Thank you. Because of time, I will stop here.
Thank you. You have asked a question, and you have almost answered it.
Maybe I would. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have a question.
Yeah.
I have 2 suggestions to make. I'm Engineer Jonathan Ubochi. I've had these 2 ideas in my head over 10 years. Haven't had the opportunity to let it out. You know, we've been talking about how to move forward in manufacturing, industrialization, manpower, and all that. And all the manpower we need in Nigeria, we have them available. They are all over the place in the streets in the form of roadside mechanics, roadside carpenters, and all that. And I had this thought of building a technology research and development center. And then I said, okay, if I can't do it myself, maybe government can do it in every local government or every state or every geopolitical zone where they will have these big factories built with all the necessary equipment for different aspects of manufacturing and production. And then have people from professionally skilled technologists and engineers manning those places. So if you have an idea or something you think about, you want to do, you come to the center and discuss your ideas, and people can bring it to life, and then manufacturing can start, and you can get something from there. And then I also thought about all the mechanic workshops scattered all over Nigeria. Everywhere you have mechanic villages looking like shanties. Now government can come in and build standard mechanic workshops with all the right tools and equipment for them. So you just come with you come and do daily rental and pay money to use the place. They can have restaurants there. People can set up restaurants and then just rent the place and do restaurants. You can have car washes. You can have all kinds of businesses that go on in those places. So You just come with your car, there's a place to sit down and wait for your car to be fixed. The artisans come in, they pay their daily rent, use the tools in the place, do the job, and then when they go home, they leave. Then people who do the cleaning and clearing of the place, they get paid from the monies generated from these places. So I thought about this, if it's done all over the country, instead of letting people be tagged with the name as roadside, they can become useful for the economy. And then another thing I thought about, the ITF can actually send students directly to these places. If government cannot do this, what I just said now, you can go to all the so-called roadside workshops. Government can decide to pay the artists, the IT students or interns, and then have these people train them. For the government pays, they get the training from the places, and then support wherever they are being trained. That way, you get hands-on training, and when you go out there, you can be employed. Because some of the problems that some small businesses have is that they cannot pay staff. Some people opt for youth corpers because the payment is cheap. But if government can now decide to make the payments for these people and then have them go to these practical places to learn. You go to a welder's workshop, you learn welding practically, not book, not theory. That's my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. You want to respond, sir?
Yes. Okay, the last speaker, the first speaker actually, talks about education. How do we produce graduates, people who are employable, who will meet the needs of the industry? And I think this is where we should be advocating for more technical and vocational schools and emphasize the issue of getting certificates only. Recently, Elon Musk, maybe I should bring that, put up an advert. He's looking for a computer graduate who does not just have a certificate, but can perform the job. So we can see there's a shift in the kind of education that we get. People are not looking for others who have certificate. Rather, I'm sure you've heard about certificate, right? What you can do rather than what you have learned. So that shift should apply to us. Even graduates who are leaving school can take up trainings on the internet where they will have certification that has a hands-on on what to do rather than the knowledge that you will acquire and you will not be able to do much. Thank you.
All right, MC, sorry, one final thought.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir. 5 seconds, sir.
No, just if, Mr. Moderator, can I just have your attention a second, please? It's just a privilege we want to give to her. She said she came all the way from Italy to be part of this summit. Can we just give her a time to ask her questions?
Go ahead, please.
Madam, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, the organizers of this program. It's really interesting, and I'm glad to be here because I applied online, saw it. I never knew it's going to be more educative like this. I'm only here on behalf of the Nigerians in diaspora. I came all the way from Italy. We have a lot of opportunities over there just because they see the fragile, the traumatized, and the things that we probably have gone through to be in that country. But the thing I feel the Nigerians really need to see is that there are those people that risk most of their lives to cross to that border. They could be helped here. And if there is a way or a possibility for them to have those privileges, I'm speaking, one, for the women that are domestic violence women. Is there any way for them to have opportunity to have this training and understanding them? Because when people is traumatized, they hardly have a possibility to get trained. But who are the professors, the specialists, can really train the traumatized people? Is there opportunity for that, sir? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, you have the floor.
Yes, I'm happy that GIZ is there. Perhaps GIZ can also speak in terms of... Okay, you can respond. You can respond.
Well, I can respond because we work in close collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment and its migrant resource centers that provide support to returning migrants, victims of trafficking, including those that come back voluntarily or are deported back to Nigeria. So the Migrant Resource Center provides 360-degree support to returning migrants, both psychosocial and in terms of their economic and social reintegration, of course also in collaboration with the NCFRMI. So yes, there are definitely services provided by the Nigerian government to people that are very much in need of that support. Thank you.
Right, sir, we are short of time, sir. We just must leave. Your time is lapsed.
It's all right. We have run out of time. I think even though the panelists who were supposed to be here were not, but then the ones that we have here have almost done the work more than those ones that were supposed to be here. So on the final note, I want to call on the organizer of this summit that this effort should be sustained. It shouldn't just start and end with this. It should be a continuous something that every year we should have something like this that people will come and learn and then go back with something. Because I believe at the end of this summit, everybody here in this hall is going to take home something. No matter how little it is, nobody is going to leave here without taking anything home. So thank you very much for listening. And we appreciate the effort of the organizers.
The photo session, please. The SSA to please join them. The Prince of Lagos to please join them for the photo session. Quickly so that we can go back to, the second session. And of course, we'll appeal and plead with the speaker for the next session and the moderator to please will keep with a time frame of 30 minutes at most in view of the back time that we have to bridge the gap on. So while that is on, we quickly recognize Honorable Prince Adebayo Olusegun Balogun, MHR, that's member of the House of Reps, representing Ibejuleki Federal Constituency in Lagos State, the House of Representatives, and is the Chairman House Committee on Electoral Matters. We thank you very much for your presence. To also recognize Honorable Yakub Balogun, Honorable Delia Ajayi, Honorable Shola Olofin, and of course the board chairman, NSITF, Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund. You are also duly recognized. I am to also, in this note, I must recognize the DG, NSITF, Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund, Mr. Oluwaseun Faleye. You are also in the house. With due respect, he is a man to be so respected and accomplished distinguished Nigerian police officer, the former chairman of the EFCC at the time, Alhaji Ibrahim Magu. Sir, with due respect to you, I'm told you are in the house wherever you are seated. We acknowledge your presence. Dr. Fassan, consultant, cardiologist, National Hospital, Abuja. You are also respectfully recognized. And our legal practitioner, the law, Barrister Chioma Nwako, Akasa Channon Group. With due respect, you are also respected. I'm not leaving out Dr. Shukwein Ganiu Oluremi, who has been described as a distinguished educationist, an author, and a management consultant. He was the past executive chairman of the Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board, SUBEB. And is currently, Dr. Shukwein is currently the chairman CEO of Remtin Associates Limited, a management consultant firm. And we also respectfully, Doc, recognize and appreciate your presence. Before he leaves, I am directed and told that we should give this honor to whom honor is due. Representing the speaker, I've just been told, of the House of Reps, and the person of Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker. So I'll be asking Honorable Prince Adebayo Olusegun Balogun representing Ibejuleki Federal Constituency and Chairman, House Committee on Electoral Matters, to please take the floor for just 5 minutes, if it's not too much, sir. We thank you very much, sir, for your time. Mr. Speaker, so to speak. Please, can we applaud him, please? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol duly observed. It is with great pleasure that I address you today on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, though I don't have an official speech, but I think I can still do little justice to this topic based on the fact that I am from Lagos State, and I am from Ibejuleki, to be precise, the state with the deep sea port, the free trade zone, and Dangote refineries. And if we actually talking about policy to ensure that we're talking about manpower, policy on manpower development, we should be talking about how to strive for economic growth that will also lead to economic development. Because most of these issues that we have in that, most of the development we have within the country does not have the backward linkage to ensure that the labor force in the country is actually carried along. If you look at the quality and the volume of projects we do in Nigeria today, how many of the labor force, local labor force, is actually carried along? And most of the time, I think the issue of the dignity of labor should also be looked into. The pay, the reward, the remuneration system within the informal sector should actually be looked into. In most of the Western world, you'll be proud to call yourself a plumber, you'll be proud to call yourself an electrician, and because you know it's a pay that will actually take you home. But a plumber in Nigeria, when you build a 2 billion naira project, you imagine a plumber that worked in that facility might not be able to pay his child's school fees after such a project is completed. So these are areas I believe that we should develop policies that will address remuneration of these informal sectors. And that, I believe, will go a long way to ensure that, yes, this labor force that constitute the volume of the consumers at the end of the day, if you look at the people that consume the products that we produce, Dangote and his own family will not even finish a full chicken in a meal. But if you look at this, the downtrodden, the major labor force, where you have a family of 10, 20, these are where the consumption actually goes into. So if you look at the Keynesian policy of development, it talks about how you build the lower sector to ensure that you increase the consumption at the end of the day. So I would appeal to us to actually look at the policies that would engage and promote the remuneration of this the major labor force that we have in Nigeria, so that many people that goes abroad will actually find no reason to actually continue to make this move. So on behalf of Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this program. It's been so educative. I've been watching since yesterday, and he would have loved to be here, but you know, duty calls, and it needs to be in some other area. So once again, I want to thank the organizers of this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Prince Balogun, for that very brief remark, representing the Right Honorable Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. We thank you so very much. Well, the distinguished delegates, we are going into the second session of these technical sessions, so to speak, and we'll be talking about a speaker who will speak first before the moderation of the session. Well, his profile, if you have the program with you, his profile is on page 35. But I want to say that very briefly, just a part of it, highlights of his profiling. Acknowledge that he's a man of an outstanding pedigree, Mr. Professor Oka Martin Obono is a renowned professor at the prestigious University of Ibadan, the chair of the UI Demography and Population Studies Unit, and he was at the time the former director of the Center for Human Resource Development in University of Ibadan, and former director of the Center for Peace and Conflict Studies, still at the University of Ibadan at the time. As we speak, he's a visiting professor in Advanced Research Methods and Policy at the Milton Magai Technical University, Sierra Leone, a former visiting professor at Leiden University, the Netherlands, and of course, visiting professor at the time again at the University of the Western Cape, South Africa, and former visiting lecturer at Brown University, United States of America. And we are proud to say that he is a member of the Nigeria's National Population Advisory Group. And distinguished, ladies and gentlemen, it is of note that Professor Oka Martin Obono has been ascribed and so known as a globally acknowledged Africa's first professor of ethnodemography. Let's please welcome this fine gentleman, a pride and an ambassador of our country, to please come to the podium to give his, to present his papers. He will be presenting first the paper of the second session, from classroom to factory floor, building functional linkages between academia and industry for workforce competitiveness. Prof, are you not in the house? Hello? Oh, Mamma Mia. Well, while we await him to join us, where's Prof? Please a resounding applause for our very distinguished Professor Emeritus. We appreciate you. It's not easy to have acquired the pedigree of where you are coming from to where you are today. And so being the first globally renowned Africa's first professor of ethnodemography speaks volume of our pride and who you are today. Thank you so very much, Prof. To have you. My honor. Oh, let me have that. This is for you, sir. Thank you.
My lords, spiritual and temporary, it's a delight to be here. I'm a bit out of breath. There's a delay there. To speak and share some thoughts with you on how we could make university education in Nigeria much more functional than it is now. I have no doubt, but I do have regrets, that some of you in the private sector have from time to time encountered graduates of that university system, and you wondered who taught them. You wondered why the minutiae of industry, of procedure, was not something they had familiarized themselves with. I'll be presenting to you the triple helix model, which exists in Nigerian universities, by the way, but only at the apex of university governance. I'll be suggesting to you that if we could lateralize that, if we could mainstream it, if we could adopt the kind of composition that you have in every governing council of every university, be it public or private, we should be quite fine. I'm hoping the technical crew will project some of the visuals I have. So basically, I modified the topic, and it now reads, building linkages between academia and industry for workforce competitiveness. Building linkages, praise God. Building linkages between academia and industry for workforce competitiveness. Could we move as we move? And I thank you all for your patience, kindness, for this invitation. And moving on, the main aims of this presentation are to address the gaps, like we've said, between educational curricula and industry needs, highlight success models, recommend collaboration mechanisms, such as joint curriculum formation, internship, and going beyond internship, externships, and what I created in collaboration with some of my northern partners and described as the Entrepreneurial Sensitivity Index, which I'll explain shortly. Now, the idea is about building linkages. What you have in this figure is the untenable type of linkage or lack thereof that we have in Nigeria. There are three elements that need to be brought together in every university, and the criteria for using the Entrepreneurial Sensitivity Index requires that we apply those indicators both for admissions, for students, for appointments, and for promotions. You need to have the government represented there by the state. You need to have the market. That's where industry is. And then naturally you have to have academia. They need to be in some synergistic relationship in order for the graduates to be employable and for there to be workforce competitiveness. But what you have in Nigeria right now is what you could describe as a system of triple silos where the idea of educating students or transmitting knowledge and skills is left solely and wholly within the forte of academia. But let me just explain something quickly. It's easy to criticize universities, but we need to appreciate that there are two competing visions of what a university is, and unfortunately, the one that prevails in Nigeria as we speak is the one that was recommended by Cardinal John Newman in his book in 1852 called The Idea of the University. It was a very elitist type of construct. And for Cardinal Newman, the purpose of the university is exactly what it is right now. It is not intended for the university to be engaged in profit making, to be involved in the mess of the market. The university is supposed to be an environment for the high-minded consideration of universal knowledge. That is what has been passed down through the centuries, and it is now time for us to intentionally change it. You need also to bear in mind, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that the history of industry as well as the history of the university were not the same. The university educational system came into existence in this world centuries ago. The first out of the 5 industrial revolutions that we have had occurred roughly in 1870 in Britain. And between that 131-year period from 1870 till now, we have recorded 5 industrial revolutions already. Okay? And meanwhile, from the old Mesopotamian civilizations, the Egyptian civilizations, Timbuktu, You already had well-established university systems with their own character, which had nothing to do with industry to start with. So in running down universities, we need to take that lag into account, that you are dealing with a system which for millennia, thousands of years already existed, until only very recently we had an industrial revolution in 1870. And this, hello sir, are you there? Who's controlling me from there? If there is a laser pointer, that might help us. That's Cardinal Newman, who's responsible for the character of the university system that we have now. And for him, the practical end of a university course is that of training good members of the society. And the university training is a great ordinary means to a great but extraordinary end, and it aims at raising the intellectual tone of the society. So you can see that nowhere in Cardinal Newman's conjecture was there room for practical activity at all. But he was not the only one. We need to remember that what we are gathered here is supported in the same period by an equally powerful idea by Wilhelm von Humboldt. And we shall see him, oh, this is my own Newman. This is Wilhelm von Humboldt, right there, for whom the practice for Humboldt, there needs to be a merger between research and teaching, and then in consequence also development. And it is actually the idea behind some of the massive statements you have heard, people like even Plato, okay? Plato saying that unless and until philosophers became kings or kings became philosophers, the society cannot make progress. Where you hear John F. Kennedy saying that the job of the rule, the ambition of every intellectual should actually be public service. An engagement with real life problems, that is a Humboldtian perspective. And it is that Humboldtian view which is different from the Newmanesque idea that you are just there thinking about. You remember back in the day when we used to talk about pure research and action-oriented research, basic research on the one hand, policy-oriented research on the other hand. These are the two traditions that have emerged from the perspectives of these two gentlemen, Cardinal Newman and Wilhelm von Humboldt. So it is Humboldt we are actually following now. That's the gentleman there. I talk about the triple silos in the sense that academia, industry, and government have no relationship at all, and you more or less have inapplicable upside-down knowledge, which you have at the bottom, things that cannot be practicalized, cannot be utilized, they mystify. That's the state we have. We need to bring, this is what, Escovitz and Lededorf in 1995 referred to as the triple helix model. But I'm saying that if you have the triple helix model, where these three sectors, industry, government, and the academia come together to provide the kind of knowledge that would actually solve problems, whether in virology or what have you, okay, then you have triple silos. Because it's not just academia that does not actually work with industry, it is also industry that does not take the deliberate step. It's not a blame game now. There's enough to go around the three sectors. You have your triple silos there. This, however, is what we want to see. Move on, sir. You see that if you did a binary division and you put the government on the one side and you put academia and industry on the other side, let's go on, sir. There is no static position. It keeps twisting and it can turn. Move on, sir. It keeps turning. Keep going, sir. The positions of those three elements are not static. There will come a time when academia will require a favorable policy-making environment, and then it will need the government to understand why that. For instance, we have Tech Fund doing a marvelous job. Everybody can see that. But it takes the state to sit back, rethink, and say, okay, this is the kind of policy we have, renewed hope, and this is the kind of budget we have. Now, intersectorally, what kind of empirical knowledge do we need? And how do we deploy this state for funding so that as postgraduate students and also academics tap into that resource and produce knowledge, the state, the government itself is able to utilize it very, very directly for the sorts of services it wishes to provide to the citizens at large. So that synthesis is what we need to build in the triple helix model. Move on, sir. And that is what we have. Now, it is not something that we have not done. We have only done it partially. If you look at the structure and composition of every governing council in Nigeria, you find that those three elements, those three bodies, those three sectors are there. You have the private sector represented, sometimes even in the leadership, the pro-chancellorship of the university, and in many cases when it has been somebody drawn from industry, spectacular results have been obtained. And then you have people from the government itself, and then naturally you have academics in the governing council of all Nigerian universities. But when you step it down from the governing council and you go down to the Senate, the political influences that could have been so favorable flee. The private sector presence that would have made the world of difference in terms of agenda and priority setting disappears. It is only the academics who formulate and approve results, and if you went below that to the collegiate level, to the faculty level, all the way down to the departmental board, it is just academics talking to themselves. This is why I've had occasion to say that the Nigerian educational system, the way it is currently configured, is designed almost to produce unemployment. There's absolutely no way you can have been isolated so splendidly for 4 years, and then you now step out upon graduation, and then the entrepreneur was not there to say what you are supposed to be studying that is market sensitive or market oriented, and then you mystically think that you will be employed. It doesn't happen that way. So we need to be very deliberate and intentional moving forward from here. Yes, sir. So these are just elaborations of what the so-called triple helix model looks like and what it does. Some people have gone on to talk about the quadruple helix, where you add civil society into the mix, and then when you add the environment into the mix, it becomes the quintuple, quintuple helix. But I think that's just the kind of fun academics like to have. When nobody is practicalizing what they are saying, they will start theorizing ad nauseum and just keep loading things unnecessarily. The critical core is the industry, the government, and academia itself. So, the entrepreneurial sensitivity index is a scale that I have formulated, which I believe is indispensable to making the universities and all tertiary educational systems more entrepreneurial, to the extent that if you are going to assess a part 2 candidate for professorship, for his or her entry into the professorate, for instance, I think we have passed the point where all you need to require, all you need to show is a volume of publications. We need to be able to expose those publications to an assessment that is critical enough to identify what you can describe as its entrepreneurial sensitivity, in the sense that what is its market value, what is it responding to in the real needs of people out there, and we can then assess, provide scores for human beings, for academics who are applying. So the traditional classroom often operates in a silo, detached from the dynamic realities of modern industry. So a paradigm shift is required to transform educational environments into functional factory floors that forge horizontal and vertical linkages between academia, government, and industry. This integrated approach is critical in my view for enhancing workforce competitiveness and ensuring that graduates possess not just theoretical knowledge, but also practical employable skills. Hence, therefore, what I've developed as the Obongo Entrepreneurial Sensitivity Index, ESI. Now, we hear about webometric rankings. I'll spare you the details of that, but you know that's how they rank universities. I'm suggesting that Nigeria can be the first country to put its foot forward to say that universities can also be ranked. Just like you rank them bibliographically, you rank them webometrically. Webometric ranking is just about their web footprint. How present are they on the internet? That's what webometric ranking is all about. Now, sometimes it may not really be a good measure of effort. We may be doing splendid things in our universities, but because we lack propagandistic power, we are not able to place what we do out there on the internet. You find universities, and I have met them, splendid colleagues globally, but they are not always better than some of the things that I see my colleagues do, even in what we call the cottage industries of the Nigerian university system. So the webometrics do not measure that. They just measure web presence. Nigeria can be the first to start measuring entrepreneuriality. Nigeria can be the first to say, okay, we have created a universally acceptable system for training that is oriented towards innovation, risk-taking, originality. I mean, look at it this way. You have a pie chart where 30% of the grades for any course in a typical Nigerian university, except a beautiful place like Ilorin, is assigned to continuous assessment, which takes place across 3 months. And then you allocate 70% for what takes place in just 2 hours in a single day. You are not ready for that kind of entrepreneurial revolution. We are not serious with that one. We have to have the political will and character necessary to make the unpleasant, unpopular, unfamiliar choices that will finally reposition these universities the way we want them to. What do you measure, sir? These are the things you measure. You know, in management, you only get what you measure. So whether for admission, for appointment, or for promotion, we need to be asking simple but profound questions. How innovative is it? You keep talking about he's an erudite professor. Erudition is not more important than originality. You can be prolific without being profound. How innovative is it? What are the risks that must be taken, and what is its market value? What is its profitability? What is its proactivity? These are new measures and indicators under the Entrepreneurial Sensitivity Index that we must begin to inculcate and integrate in the measurement of performance in Nigerian universities. For instance, to what extent does the academic paper being assessed lead to outcomes that could be profitable? We need to ask that. How innovative is the publication? How disruptive is the publication? What recommendations does it contain that will make a difference to the state of technology or understanding that would improve individual lives in the context of market forces? To what extent is the university's knowledge management value chain entrepreneurially sensitive? These are extensions of the same thing, whether grades, whether curricula, whether course contents, assignments, and so on. We've really covered that section. And this is how we can do this, because I do know maybe fatigue, a little restlessness may be setting in. I want to skip this because hopefully the organizers will make these slides, available to everybody. I want us to really quickly look at the kind of graduates then that we will be producing. Sir, yeah, no, next. So the Entrepreneurial Sensitivity Index and improved workforce. So we produce graduates that are job ready. They will possess the practical skills and direct experience that reduce the need for extensive on-the-job training, making them immediately productive assets, not liabilities. They will be adaptable and resilient because exposed to diverse challenges and continuous learning, they develop the flexibility and critical thinking needed to adapt to rapidly changing technological landscapes and market demands. They become networked. They become problem solvers. The advantages are numerous. You can list them out yourself. Everything you ever needed in your office. This is the way, this is the pathway to it. Certainly we will not get there, you will not be satisfied, we will become the developmental doldrums that we do not deserve to be if we did nothing at all about, we have to be agentive, we have to have spectacular agency, and we have to be very intentional as well as urgent about this matter. What are the constraints? Summarized. Many university systems are wedged in scholastic, back in the days of the scholastic movement, the scholastic philosophers, Thomas Aquinas, characters like that. Many universities are wedged in scholastic traditions that promote a self-perception of academics as a class set apart for higher order contemplations and not practical engagement. This is a Newmanesque construct. In particular, the idea of making personal profit from one's knowledge is often viewed as infra dignitatem and is preempted by the view that the human intellect, you can't translate that word, the human intellect evolved to address abstract issues. Similar restraints are found among other intellectual classes like jurists, lawyers, editors, journalists, and medical doctors. We need to inoculate that tendency to think that way. It is, even the reward system is very bureaucratic, backward looking. When you have a young entrepreneurial young academic coming up with brilliant ideas, rather than being seen as the future of the system, he is seen as the single most disruptive threat to his survival and is punished accordingly. We can't have that. The recommendations. Promote philosophical, structural, industrial, and organizational change among Nigerian universities and create environments within which entrepreneurial scholarship can thrive. Emphasize learning webs, teaching factories, applied learning, and project-based learning. De-emphasize rote memorization, otherwise known as cramming. Conduct periodic review of the entrepreneurial content of curricula and reward systems. Develop admissions, appointments, and promotional policies in line with the entrepreneurial sensitivity index criteria. Fifthly, create calls for entrepreneurial quality in papers for assessment. We've said that. Research reports, students' examination answers, publication papers, and the structure of administration of universities is presented as one composite measure to be known as ESI. Promote faculty externships. Everybody keeps hearing about internships. Just because I'm a professor at the bar doesn't mean I cannot take a sabbatical in industry to actually see what my colleagues in that sector are doing, what they need. It's not enough to bring somebody from industry to come to give an occasional lecture, a distinguished lecture. Indeed, it's distinguished. That is not enough. We have to talk about insertions and integrations. We have to build synergies that are deeper than that. So, externships as well. Foster joint research and development initiatives where universities and companies collaborate on innovation, allowing students to participate in advanced projects and contribute to real-world advancements, and create mechanisms for sharing resources, such as specialized labs. You keep hearing about the universities don't have reagents, but the private sector has those things. Why can we not pursue a policy of common use? If we don't have it in the universities, must we recreate the wheel, reinvent it? We have to share it. And to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, You know better than I do, particularly with the advent of generative AI, that knowledge is currently being transmitted outside organized classroom settings, strewn out there in real space-time, in the real world, by technology, across different time zones, simultaneously, critically, and effectively by AI. The isolation of the knowledge creation sector from industry is certainly no longer tenable. Transforming the classroom into a functional factory floor and building strong linkages between academia and industry is no longer an aspiration, but a necessity for economic growth and individual prosperity. This synergistic relationship produces graduates who are not only well educated, but also highly skilled, adaptable, and immediately and immensely valuable to employers, thereby ensuring a more competitive and innovative workforce. Thank you for your kind attention.
We can make it louder, please. For Prof. Obono, we can make it louder. A shout out to him, a distinguished Nigerian, proudly Nigerian, and of course, globally acknowledged as Africa's first professor of ethnodemography in Africa. Please, one more time, let's just say thank you. Well, before lunch, we'll quickly run through this second panel session. And thereafter the panel session, we'll go for lunch. To quickly invite the panelists on stage, I will first start by welcoming the moderator of the session. That is no less a person than the president of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, Malam Ahmed Ladan Gobi, and of course the president and chairman of the Governing Council of the same institute. Malam Gobi, sir, with due respect to you, please welcome again. This time it's you in charge, and we are proud of you to share your world of experience with you. Please, let's appreciate him, sir. I'm to also invite the Managing Director, the Chief Executive of the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund, Mr. Oluwaseun Faleye. Sir, with due respect to you, thank you so very much. Representative of Dangote Academy, are we here in the house? Representative of Dangote Academy, please. Well, in that place, I will be asking that Ambassador Professor Inventor Ajibade Abiodun, FCAI, to please join us on the stage. Ambassador Professor Inventor Ajibade Abiodun, FCAI, sir, thank you so very much. The Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Union of University Commission, Professor Abdullah Yusufu Ribadu. I wouldn't know if Prof is here. I've not cited him, but is Prof in the house with us? Okay, please, let's put our hands together for Prof. Professor Abdullah Yusufu Ribadu, the ES Nigerian University Commission. And the MD CEO of GB Foods, represented by Mr. Tokumbo. Tokumbo, you are in the house. I cited you earlier. Thank you so very much. With all due respect, I am to invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, our own very Prof, Folashade Tolulope Ogunshola, ma, with due respect to you. And Mr. Samson Adeosun, please. With due respect, I know you are also in the house. We want to thank you for the time to be here. Mr. Samson Adeosun, please. Can you please join this session with us, please? I am aware that Her Excellency Mrs. Toyin Ojora Saraki, President Wellbeing Foundation Africa, is not in the house. Or is she represented? She's not in the house. We know that. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before the panel session, to be moderated by our respected President and Chairman Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, and the person of Malam Ahmed Ladan Gobi, we want to entertain you. One beauty of the diversity or the unity of our diversity as we speak in Nigeria is the beauty of our language and that which represents the tribes we all belong in this geographical entity called the Nigerian state. It is in this context that we want to ask all the way from Enugu State, the Ogene Janka Drama troupe, to please present their presentation. At least for a break, let's just talk the talk, and let's have some entertainment from this wonderful cultural troupe of us in Nigeria, all the way from Enugu State. Please, you have just 5 minutes at most. 5 minutes at most, please.
We are Africans. We are Africans. We are black and proud. We are Africans. We are black and proud. We are My brothers are listening to me. We are Africans. No DNA is needed. We are Africans. We are black and proud. We are They people call us some slaves. We are They thought that Jesus is white. We are They thought that the devil is black. We are Africans. We are Africans. We call each other. We call each other. Oh my brother. Hey, baby, the water is getting cold, cold inside. Whatsoever I am yours, ordinary, paranoid. I can't picture this one without you in my life. Oh, baby, oh, baby, Ando ne ko du ko. Ama na telo bon banu ga telo ba. Anu we me. Ne ko du ko. Ama ne telo ba. Anu we me. Ando wa malo ba. Ne ko du ko. Anu we me. The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here. Zobu, Eimba, the emperor, the conqueror, the champion, I see what you is here. I see what you is here. Hey, Zobu, Eimba, Boya dike, boya dike, boya dike, boya dike, boya dike, boya dike, asiwaju, 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 boya dike, asiwaju, boya dike, asiwaju. Boya dike, asiwaju. Boya dike, asiwaju. Oh, aselegane, asiwaju. Iye meweko, asiwaju. Boya dike, asiwaju. Asiwaju, asiwaju. Oh, aselegane, asiwaju. Asiwaju nanawe, asiwaju. The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the Lord is here. Patibala, patibala, patibala. Zobu, zobu, Eimba. The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the Lord is here. Patibala, patibala, patibala. Zobu, zobu, Eimba. Boya dike, asiwaju, aselegane, asiwaju, 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 asiwaju tide, asiwaju, asiwaju wa pada, asiwaju, asiwaju, iye mewego, asiwaju, o aselegane, asiwaju, iye mewego, asiwaju, aselegane, asiwaju, iye mewego, asiwaju. Draw me nearer to thee. Oh, Tinekene. Draw me nearer to thee. Closer to thee, closer to thee. Oh, my son. Closer to thee, closer to thee. Draw me closer, closer to thee. Oh, Tinekene. Draw me closer to thee. Oh, my son, every day, Father, draw me closer, draw me nearer to thee. Oh, my son, every day, Father, draw me nearer to thee. See the way he loves you, see the way he cares for you. Carry your matter for his head, like a little baby, he always care for you. So they use you, they play. He never be my son. Baby, my son, he never be my son. Baby, my son, he never be my Jesus in a mob in a summer. I got your overflow. Only big that forever. It's like a river in my I am a Muslim. Get on the way.
Well, distinguished delegates, you all agree with me. The beauty of teamwork cannot be overemphasized or undermined. As you can see there, it was a teamwork. The connect, the synergy was well artistically, skillfully, creatively, craftily, and of course well presented, a presentation by the Ogene Janka Drama Group from Enugu. Please let's give them a round of applause for that entertainment section. So we'll be handing over now because of time. Of a fact, time is fast spent. And we must go for lunch and go to the main peak of today's event. I need to emphasize this, that the main theme of today's event has to do with the breaking sessions that we must have after the lunch. And this is because by the time we're done with the breakers or the breaking session, we now have a part of direction as to where the policy trust should take it from here. So in that concern, I am to appeal to delegates. As you can see, the booths in line with the topic of your interest have been highlighted. All we are asking is after the lunch, after the panel session, when we come back from lunch, we are going to just take a look at the topic of your interest. They have been highlighted in each of the booths there. So you just join that which you want to have a discuss or a contribution or be part of, for us to come out with a policy statement in line with that which you have aligned with in terms of the respective topics that have been highlighted. For instance, we have one breakout session topic, developing sector specific manpower plans for housing and construction. If that is your interest, as a whatever it is, you just go to that one and let others just align like that so that we can come out well at the end. So we now go to the panel session. Madam, with due respect, sir, thank you so very much for your patience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome you all to this panel session. Our topic for discussion this afternoon is bridging the gap. How can Nigeria strengthen synergy between educational institutions and industrial employers? And we have a panel of distinguished Nigerians here from industry, from academia, and from the public service to do justice to this topic. Our aim is very straightforward. It is to discuss how we can tighten the handshake between classrooms and shop floors, between our educational institutions and industry. We will look at how we can refresh curriculum, provide internships that teach real work to our interns, and set up joint laboratories, of course, that deliver usable skills to our students. These are no doubt the levers of growth and development everywhere in the world. So, from representatives of states or subnationals to representatives of ministries and departments of governments, to employers of labor who are here with us, I'm sure that we all will agree as to what is doable this year and into the next year, and what should be the next phase of the conversations that we should be having around deepening, of course, skills, manpower development in Nigeria. Let me just state that to my panelists, just by way of ground rules, that I will implore you all that in responding to your questions, you please try and keep them short and very straight, because time is fast spent. It's already past 3 p.m. We have not had lunch. I, for one, am hungry, and I'm sure so many people in the audience so we'll try and wrap this up as quickly as possible so we can go have lunch. We will be looking at the state perspective, like I said, sector perspective, insurance and safety, regulatory and curriculum view, industry and academy, and of course from the employer's lens, and of course university leadership. So I'm going to be starting in no particular order. And I'd like to start first with Professor Ajibade. Professor Ajibade, if we're talking about bridging the gap and looking at how Nigeria can strengthen synergy between educational institutions and industrial employers, and of course even the states or subnationals, let me ask you this. What measures do you think subnationals or states and local governments should put in place to encourage acceptance of interns from our tertiary institutions into the public sector? Professor Ajibade, please.
Thank you so much, my moderator. And I'm going to be very, very blunt. And at the same time, I'm equally going to be very direct. And maybe some things you've not heard in the past, you may briefly hear it today. I'm going to be equally academia, because our pathetic situation in Nigeria has not only disgraced us within the Committee of Nations, it has equally spit on our face, collective faces. Today's world is not divided by ideology, but divided by technology, bridging the gap between the developed and the underdeveloped. Who undertake this task? That is one point that states, federal, local governments has forgotten in Nigeria. And what does that mean? It simply means we've been putting the cart before the horse. That is the reason why the level of brain drain has become so high in Nigeria. Let me ask you a very basic question. Why have you forgotten your inventors, for heaven's sake? In the States, I've traveled within 16 countries, to the glory of God. And I have realized that a nation that manufactures nothing has nothing. The head is for thinking. When the head stops thinking, it will start thinking. Where are your inventors in the area of manufacturing? What do you do with them? You spit on their collective faces. You don't recognize your inventors, and that is why the institutional setting is dying. The universities, I said in my university, I have a private university coming up. I said at the NUC level, no student will graduate from my university without a research result. I am a professor of technology assistant learning, a digital man, and I'm the first to receive the first intellectual property right to produce wireless generator for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I'm 78 to 80% in completion. And the project is still ongoing. When I came back from the state, I tried to replicate it here in the area of hydrokinetic power plants, which I believe that let there be light to rejuvenate all your industries within the states. The state is in darkness. The federal is in darkness. And all your researchers, the superstars, are taken away from you. Now, what I am going to tell the state is this, very simple. I would like the state to return all your diaspora brothers that are in various fields, who are technocrats in various fields of invention. Return them back to base. India did it. Singapore did it. Only 3 states in California make California the richest state in the whole world. Only 3 universities. Intellectual property rights. No students should be allowed to leave the university without having an intellectual property right. The advantage of that is that, one, he is useful for himself. Even after leaving the university, is equally profitable to the university.
Right.
I think I will draw the curtain here so that others can continue.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. I think I should have also said this up front. Well, like I did say, we try and keep the responses very succinct and short before we lose our audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please, when you speak, let's do it within 30 seconds to 45 seconds before we lose our audience. Now, I do have on this panel distinguished professors, and people from the academia. I will try not to fall into the trap of asking one professor to speak after the other. So let me quickly go to the representative of the MD of GB Foods, and let me ask you this. In your industry, for example, what competencies do you think that universities should teach that will help you to co-design modules, for work in the industry where GB Foods operates? And how will this help to provide access for practical exposure, to university students and interns from polytechnics and monotechnics?
Okay, thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to appreciate the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President, our very own Honorable Adamson Ainde. Thank you very much for this laudable initiative. We are looking forward to the walking that we're going to do after all this talk that we've had in the last 48 hours. So I'll go right into our question. One of the things that we see from an industry perspective is that there's still some sort of lopsidedness as regards our curriculum. And what we see is that a number of our universities are still steeped in old mindset, old courses. I'd like to recognize Unilag. I'm an alma mater. I'm a former student of Unilag. I know they released some new courses 2 weeks ago, cybersecurity and the rest. But I think a lot of universities still need to do more in that regard. For example, food safety, quality assurance, we are still seeing a bit of question mark as regards what the universities are churning out and what we need in a company like GB Foods, that is one of the leading food manufacturer in Nigeria and where we actually find ourselves. Also, another thing that we also see that is an issue is some sort of mismatch as regards the expectations of the sideways program. And what you see is that when lecturers, when teachers send people to these schools, they don't put any objective or what they expect them to come back with in the next 6 months or in the next 3 months when they come back to their institution. However, what we do in our own part is that we don't just give these students clerical work to do or tell them to go and fry puff-puff for the rest. Instead, what we do is that we assign them to mentors, and we expect that at the end of that 6 months, they should actually have learned something intentional that would actually create some sort of change in an industry or wherever they actually find themselves. And last but not the least for us, we believe that there should still be some sort of collaboration between the university, which is highly referred to as the gown, as well as the industry, which is referred to as the town. There should be a synergy, and I believe with that synergy, we will be able to correct a lot of anomalies that we actually see right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. That was very succinct and very germane, that there should be synergy between what our universities are teaching and the needs of the industry, you know, in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Professor Gunshola, let me come to you, ma'am. I mean, one of your alumni just spoke so eloquently about what Unilag is doing. So let me ask you, ma'am, how can university generally provide an enabling environment, you know, for collaboration with the private sector in the areas of skills development? How should they do this?
Thank you very much. Actually, you've asked me a question I particularly like because it's a question, we're into that solution. Let me say what we are doing with industry. And let me put a little background. First of all, for quite a while, there was distrust between the industry and the academia, partly because there was distrust between industry and a perception of government institutions, that policies changed too rapidly and they were not sure. There was also a challenge of perception of how we saw industry and what industry wanted. But in the last few years, we've been moving away from there. So how are we working with industry? We have set up advisory boards with each faculty. Recently, we went through our curriculum and we changed them, but we co-created a third of this curriculum with industry or with our stakeholders. What do they want? So that there is a part of our curriculum that is very, very dynamic and industry or stakeholder focused. The second thing is that we unbundled quite a number of our faculties, partly because there were things we were doing that were not showing. For example, I'm almost sure that nobody will know that University of Lagos has a robotics lab and artificial intelligence lab. We have that, and we're working with the diaspora, with international partners in such a way that UNDP has designated us the Uniport for AI, because quite a lot of work is going on there. The third thing we did was to ensure we had innovation hubs around the university. We have about 6, and we're becoming known for it. In fact, a 7th one is coming up as an innovation hub for alternate energy by Sahara Industry. And this was part of a strategic plan, so that when we have relationships, we channel them into the direction we're going. The third one was that we reorganized our sideways. And so you will find, and how did we do that? We met with industry. We had a breakfast meeting with industry. So we have them all on our digital dashboard. We can now match students better with industry, and we have recreated what they are supposed to learn. We are not interested in sideways where the students find somewhere and they're giving them tea and coffee. That's not the whole idea. The third, well, I think I've gone past third. The one thing we've also done is that it is very clear that the time value of knowledge and skills is very short, in particular knowledge, because at the rate of which knowledge is coming out. And it is also quite clear that there's so much knowledge, it's everywhere. What we're interested in is what they can do. So in 2017, we started what we call the EBIC program, which is actually a design thinking program that enables students to think in terms of problem solving. And out of that will come the issues of critical thinking, problem solving, and so on. So every student that comes out of University of Lagos will have gone through this program. It is off the curriculum. In other words, it's after their time, and they are doing it online and it's self-paced. Then they get certificates for it, so that by the time they come out, they will have an entrepreneurship certificate, and they would also have their normal certificates. We also bought licenses with Coursera. We partnered with professionals so that many of our students in areas like actuarial science, in ICANN, and so accounting and so on, can get certifications even before they finish. So some of them are actually certificated before they come out, and these are skills-based. Now, because of all these innovation hubs that we have, you have many of them doing hands-on. And it's not just for the science, it's also for the arts, where they're taught business skills to turn their products to business. So we have what you call the Mad House, Making a Difference House, which is for the creatives. The other one that we're working on, because if you want patients to be well, you take care of the doctors and the nurses, is investing in retraining faculty on better ways of pedagogy that is more skills-oriented. And we're also talking with industry and encouraging our faculty to go for internships in industry. We have, the other thing we've done, that we're working with, which has not quite materialized, is we've been talking with Smeden. The idea is that all their all the projects should come from industry needs. So if you're doing a project, you go out, find out what the problem is and solve it. And this will be at different levels. Some faculties are doing better than other faculties, but we're all beginning to move in that direction. And finally, is also working with government. We're engaging government more, because no matter what we do within the universities, no matter what industry does, that we need the policies that would help to ensure that what we do gets to market. And what we've done at the university level is that what you do must be able to make money, or you should be able to mitigate risk. It should make something more efficient, or it may increase status. So if you evaluate all that the products, they have to do one of these things to make them commercial. And then there has to be incentive for industry to want to take things up. Is it tax breaks? I don't know all the things that need to be done. Or are there things that they would do that would ensure that there is a reward for working with the universities till it becomes a habit? We have also brought companies onto our campus. So we have the Nord factory, which is an automobile, what do you call it? Production company. And our students go there and they're learning how to do things like that. So there's quite a bit that we're doing in that respect.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you've ended up answering the second question I was going to ask you in your response, because my follow-up question was going to be around how the universities adapted classroom teaching, to industrial settings, and requirements. And I think you've combined that in your response. Thank you very much. So, thank you. Mr. Falaye, let me come to you. Earlier on today, in the panel that I was conscripted into, I was asked the question, or I responded to the question around how do we encourage NYC, youth corpers, to go to industries and businesses, to do NYC, and then get them also compensated, for the service they provided beyond just the stipends that they are paid. So my question to you as DG of NSITF is, can you share with us an idea of what a simple and affordable insurance cover for interns and apprentices, should look like if employers were to adopt it nationwide?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much. Yes, I think to answer your question about the sustainability of the NYC program vis-a-vis their relationship with the industry is really to deepen some of these engagements within the academic sector and the industry sector, because that also then basically dovetailed into NYC as they go forward. If there's been that engagement at the university level when they are in the university, that continues to when they finally graduate, and then that handshake can be much more seamless. We've made the point at the NSITF that we must provide this sort of safety net that we want to provide to actual and normal workers, to NYC staffs or NYC members as well, because you find out that at the point of their service, they are in employment, so to speak. They earn stipends, and that stipend can be used as a basis for calculating the sort of insurance premium that they're supposed to pay for whatever accidents that may happen. But most importantly is to start by, one, acknowledging of course, the need for technical skills, like all the speakers have acknowledged. But most importantly, of course, is the need for safety and awareness literacy at the curriculum level, so that everybody that is coming out of the university understand the imperative of workplace safety, wherever they may be, and then we can take that forward. I think it's easy to provide this sort of support, social support that the youth corpers will need. We typically charge 1% of salaries for social protection, where we then come in if there are accidents or death or disability arising from work-related accidents. And I think that that model can also be easily replicated for youth corpers, as long as they are in some level of attachment to any workplace or place of work. So it's doable. I think it's just for every stakeholders to align to that, and we can always push that forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fale. Thank you. Let us now go to the National Universities Commission, who is ably represented. Sorry, the ES is ably represented, I believe. Okay, thank you, sir. So, you superintend over our universities. You vet their curriculum. You even support certifications by various professional bodies. You empanel visitation panels to our universities to get their courses accredited. Can you share with us how you think institutions, can evolve curricula to bridge the skills gaps that we've all been talking about since yesterday that we have in the industry? The skills gap, between what is being taught in our universities and the needs of the industries. Thank you.
Very much, sir. I think the fundamental things to understand is first, what do you mean by the bridge or bridging the gap within the context of higher education institutions? Then what are the drivers of the gap, as well as why or the rationale for strengthening synergy between education institutions and industrial employers. From the perspectives of the National Universities Commission, sir, bridging the gaps translates to mean the competency and learning outcomes in the universities as compared to the need or demand of the labor market. And some of the drivers of these gaps are outdated curriculum or curricula, lack of exposure to industrial experience by students, insufficient collaboration with industries on research and innovation, as well as weak policy frameworks. Now, regarding, coming back to our question, sir, NUC really has done a lot in terms of curricular review and comprehensive development of curricula of studies in Nigerian universities, empowered by the law establishing the commission and the law that also says the commission is empowered to lay down minimum academic standards for all the universities, as well as accreditation of their degree programs and other academic awards. This provides the legal instrument for the regulatory function of the commission, to the effect that the first document or curriculum that we call minimum academic standard was developed in 1989. A subsequent review was conducted in 2001, another review 2004 and 2007, in order to harmonize minimum academic standard and also benchmark statement. Then we have another review in 2016. Actually, it's not a review, but a kind of development of a new discipline that we call computing. And the major comprehensive review was undertaken in 2021, where the commission produced what we call core curriculum minimum academic standards that we call CC MAS. It was developed, consummated, activated, and implemented in 2021. And it has certain features. One is it provides a significant departure from what we normally know as benchmark minimum academic standard to now core curriculum minimum academic standard. A kind of departure that stimulates a blended learning in its delivery. And the CCMAS provided for 70% core course requirement, and universities are allowed to populate the remaining 30% based on their peculiarities and comparative advantages. It is realized that universities have certain, potentials and advantages. So, the next one is on bundling of program and courses, just as highlighted by Professor Folashade. Based on emerging professionals and the need to respond to the need of the society, the commission also expanded and also, unbundled certain courses in both science, in both medical science, and also in both engineering. So with respect to entrepreneurship, the Commission also made the new curriculum in such a way that programs are now specific. Entrepreneurship is now embedded in all academic programs and is now called subject-specific entrepreneurship. What it means is that to address, the mismatch in the economy as well as increasing unemployment, each course is observed to have certain skills that need to be, exploited. So the new curriculum provided a new thinking whereby university academics will also have to undergo training on the implementation of the new curriculum. Without training, they wouldn't know what are the skills or potentials in those or their courses that will make them to produce students who are employable graduates.
All right.
Can I go ahead?
Thank you very much. The conversations are very interesting. Unfortunately, we do not have time on our hands. I could go on and on with questions for our distinguished panelists here, even from the top of my head, around what we're supposed to be doing. But we're challenged by time. Samson, let me come to you. Yesterday, while you were moderating one of the panel sessions, I recall you spoke about the good work that you are doing in the UK, working with the UK government, trainings, learning interventions here and there. You did say that, if I recall, you've trained well over 100,000, people, leveraging, of course, the opportunity that you have. This includes some Nigerians who are in the diaspora beyond. So my question is, for women in technical trades, and I'm asking because of what you said yesterday, before someone accuses me of why am I asking a man a question that has to do with women. So for women in technical trades, what form of targeted support, do you think they should have to actually keep them in decent jobs? While you are responding to that, I would like you to also speak about, I heard some of the interventions you also made yesterday, about what are those things you think, particularly the MBTE, should be doing differently? Because they they supervise polytechnics and monotechnics that provide technical and vocational training to Nigerians. As we're doing that, I will take that as your closing thoughts, and then I will go to Professor Ajibade and on to Professor Ogunshola, and then we will quickly wrap up. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much, sir. One of the major things that we need to address for starters is for women to get support. It depends on the sort of certification that they are on, because in some cases, when they're on the right certification, it will sell itself. In the 60s, Malaysia, they were nowhere when it came to industrialization, and they quickly realized that if they do not shift into how they are going to work as a nation, they would have a problem. So what they did was they started a program where they embedded vocational qualification from primary education up until the university level. And then they also had an aspect of where they had organizations such as we have here, ITF, training people that are already graduates, that are on ground, people that didn't go to school, and they were able, and within the next 10 years, it was evident that it was working for the nation. So the sort of support women can get, firstly, the question is, why don't we as a nation do like what the Emiratis and what the Qataris are doing? These people, I know they import skills, 100%, but they've done their own curriculum. They've based it on British certifications, which is at international par with any other country. Why don't we get quality certification for our women and
when we are able to do this, it is easier for them to be able to either choose to work in our country or go to other places where they will not be underrated. Go to other countries where they will be seen as expatriates, where they will be treated fairly, and where they will not be paid peanuts because of the sort of certifications they have. So this is where we can support our women, we can support them. They say what a man can do, a woman can do better. If our women, if we support them, our women can go into sort qualifications such as machine driving. Our women can go into qualifications such as jewelry forging. They can also go into likes of qualification like cyber security. A good example, imagine our women having level 3 diploma British qualification on Nigerian soil, in cyber security. They'll be able to work from our shores here. They will work for blue-collar companies abroad. And this is the kind of support that I believe we should be giving. Now, just to wrap, going to the MBT, I believe that MBT should concentrate more on revamping the curricula and looking at how to revive our polytechnics and create monotechnics. I believe that they need to do a whole lot more than they are doing now so that we can embed vocational qualification. Our polytechnics, they were created for this purpose, but we've lost it along the line. And some of the curriculums are old. Some of the equipments that we have in most polytechnics are gone. They're outdated. This is what MBT should be doing as a regulatory body to be able to make sure that we are back at par like our international colleagues. So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Samson. Thank you very much. Professor Ajibade, we'd like to take your closing thoughts. But in doing that, I'd like you to also briefly, very briefly, talk to a model, for exposing university or polytechnic or monotechnic lecturers to industrial learning or industrial training, sort of, so that the teaching they do in our classrooms also stays in line with the requirements of industry.
Thank you so much. That was Thursday. The National Office of Technology Acquisition and Promotion hosted us. I will continue to talk as an inventor because I am the Vice President, Association of Nigerian Inventors for the entire Southwest region. They hosted us, and there was a statement that came from one of the directors from that agency. She said that a university professor or a doctor from the university or any of the affiliated institutions of higher institutions of learning that does not have a research result out there cannot be called a doctor or a professor. That they are just carrying paper from one point to another on their heads because they don't have a single product in the market they can point to and say this is empowering a single soul. Does that send a signal and a message to we all? Now, let me also say something again, very horrific. A child went and learned mechanic work for complete 4 years. And he came back after you have done graduation for the boy, because we call it graduation now these days. And then after 3 or 4 months, the boy is still sleeping in your house and is eating your food, is drinking your water, and nothing is happening. I think wisdom demands that you ask the boy a question. And when you ask that boy a question, and you said, Tolu, are you not going to work today? And then the boy now came out and tell you that, I am already working. So I have graduated. After my graduation, every day I've been sending letters to different companies, different institutions for them to engage me. And they have not engaged me, and I've equally sent letters to different car owners that they should bring their car to our house so I can repair for them, and they are not coming. From that point, you will know that you are in trouble. That is what happens when a child spends 5 years or 6 years in the university and the child is now looking for a job. Does that send another signal to we all? That thing the boy studied for 5 years, what happened to it? I possess double horns. My father wanted me to work as a banker, but the banking was not in my blood. After I finish, collect his 2-1, drop it for him, I went back to go and read what is inside my blood, start from 200 level, and went for my electronics. We make me an electrical engineer. And today I was able to replicate it by thinking out of the box on how to knock out engine and replace the engine with a DC motor that will now generate and give me the kind of light which I think I want. And the research is ongoing. But when it has come to issue of funding, we all know in our country it has become a problem. But the issue there is that by the time that hit the market, everything will be unworking. Now, finally, we are saying there is no light. Light is industry. There is no light, and every villages, every towns, every cities, I am seeing light. How? All the SUV vehicles that you are dumping left, right, and center. What happened to the Azul beneath? Through reverse engineering, that is a turbine. You create turbine out of that. Alternator is everywhere around the market. There is gearbox of trailers everywhere. Connect this thing, create an up thrust where water will spin the turbine, and that thing automatically put the thing into gear 1, and then that is what alternator is waiting for is something to speed it up. And when you speed it up, if that alternator happens to be 50 kVA or 100 kVA, it will send that same amount of light into the signal, that is distribution box, and you distribute around the whole estate. What have you just done? You have just created jobs. You have just created light. And we are going to the diaspora to go and look for one chara.
Thank you.
To come and solve our problems. I have just said I'm going to be very practical here because I am tired of academic theories. I want to be very practical to we all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, I just hope what you give us now is not patented. So it's free. Thank you very much. Aha, thank you.
I gave that concept. Sorry, please.
No, just to say that is not patented to Professor Ajibade. That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, Professor Ogushola, let's come to your closing thoughts, ma'am, around what we have discussed. Obviously, you are doing a very great job in Unilag. Other ideas you would like to share with our distinguished participants in closing, ma'am? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The average age of Nigerians is 19, which means those who are older than them are much fewer than than that age, and that we have this youth bulge. It also means that there are not going to be enough jobs. So the universities must be determined and must be planning on how to make each student or each person that passes through their walls a possible employer of labor, so that things like skills development and entrepreneurship are not things to joke about. However, universities are not the buildings. Universities are the faculty. The people who train the students are the university. And as a nation, till we start to invest more critically in our lecturers, because they're the ones that train the students, we're going to have a problem. The university has had an egress of lecturers. Not that they're bad, but they don't have the tools to work and they're demoralized. So as a nation, it's not just enough to say we are building more universities. We don't need more universities. We need universities that are better equipped, that are better, and all those issues will then be sorted out. And finally, the universities by necessity are about national development. They must work better with industry and they must work better with government, which means all universities will invite industry to be part of creating the curriculum, and we must not be shy to throw out courses that are not useful for national curriculum. We cannot afford as a nation to be doing that. And so as the closing thing is that it's a job that we must all work together. Inventions do not come neat and beautiful, so we must start to encourage those who are inventing and remember that small beginnings become big fruits. In Nigeria, we tend to think in terms of the finished product and think in terms of what they've done in America, and so discourage those who are starting out. So, and finally, I think it is also imperative that in all countries that have made it, government is always the greatest buyer of their own inventions that have occurred. And so I think in this country we have places that things like cars and so on. So I'm very happy about the local content, but we must make sure that we do that by example so that those who are doing things are encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DG and SITF, this is not me putting you on the spot, but can we extract a commitment from your agency? You know, something that you will do for our apprentices and interns, you know, who go out to industries. I know we've spoken about around insurance, you know, and how soon can you do this? I'm sure the senior special assistant to the president will be interested in hearing that from you, and so will all these distinguished participants. What will the NSITF do for these interns, you know, who go out to work beyond the stipends, of course, that they get paid by the businesses or industries where they work?
I think the commitment that I can give on behalf of NSITF is that we will continue to dedicate ourselves to ensuring that workplaces are safe and healthy for workers and indeed then interns to go to work and earn a decent living, you know, and of course for the purposes of dignity of labor. For us at NSITF, our main mandate beyond employee compensation when accidents and incidents occur is really to advocate for workplace safety, awareness and audit. And if we move into industries that we intends to come to, workers to come to, and ensure that the industry are up to date and safety conscious and aware, then of course we're contributing our part to the resilience of our workforce and to the productivity of our economy. So I can safely say that we will continue to do that. So that commitment is ironclad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Now to NUC. And again, this is also not to put you on the spot. But I am aware that about a few weeks ago, the Honorable Minister of Education met with the Executive Secretary of the NUC, and I think the NBT and a few other agencies, and also invited professional bodies, you know, to that meeting. My professional body missed it, unfortunately. We didn't get the invitation, but I know other professional bodies who are there. The object of that conversation, as I recall, and the mandate that the minister gave to NUC is go ye, collaborate with these professional bodies to accredit the courses that they teach, you know, in their professional body. For example, ICANN. Professor Gushola spoke to the fact that students in UNILAG, you know, who are doing accounting now graduate, you know, before they graduate, they already have ACA. I am aware that my institute, the CIPM, has a collaboration with with the University of Lagos and a few other universities to ensure that those who are doing human resources and industrial relations, before they graduate, also become chartered or certified members of our institute. But that's we doing this with the universities. What is the NUC going to do? And that's a commitment we're asking from you, especially now that you have the mandate of the minister, to get all these professional bodies. And when I say professional bodies, I'm not talking about the mushroom ones parading themselves around. I'm talking about the ones that are chartered, by an act of parliament in this country, by law, to regulate the practice of their profession. The Corans of this world, the ICANs of this world, the CIPMs on this world, the Nigerian Institute of Architects. What are you going to do between now and end of the year, into early next year, to ensure that you engage these professional bodies, to begin to work on this accreditation with the view to ensuring that students who study their courses get certified before they even graduate the university? Your closing thoughts around that?
Yeah, thank you, sir. This has been a very critical issue at the Commission, even before the Honorable Minister convened stakeholders approach to streamline skills in this aspect. National Universities Commission has been engaging professional bodies in our quality assurance activities even before now. But the issue, has changed in the sense that professional bodies have their own act establishing them. And our interpretation of professional bodies in the area of regulating academic activities is at the stage of post-graduation. That professional bodies comes in after students graduate, and any student who wants to become a professional in his field can now undergo certain training with a view to having professional certificate. But now, professional bodies have gone beyond that. The bearing activities of professional bodies is shows that is affecting the orderly development of Nigerian universities. I have to be very frank, to the effect that some professional bodies even threaten to close down programs or courses, or even determining quota point or admission quota for certain programs, having issues. But before now, we have been engaging them, we have been placing them in our quality assurance, MDCN, legal counsel, and other professional bodies. Each time we are undertaking our quality assurance activities, our annual quality assurance activities, we write to them to send in their representatives. Then we include them. The issue here, sir, is that if you say that we are producing graduates who are incompetent, who doesn't have the skills or employable skills, okay, come at the stage of accreditation, for instance, participate and review the curriculum. Tell us what is missing in the curriculum so that we'll now add it, we'll now incorporate it. That is why we took a holistic approach, sir, whereby we adopted the triple helix model, whereby we engage virtually all the stakeholders. We engage academies, we engage professional bodies, we engage even industries and other expertise to come together and design a curriculum that will stand the test of time, that will address most of the issues that are there, have been, bedeviling, the economy. And how can industry will come in to help in the production of employable graduate? How can industry come in to facilitate knowledge and skills transfer? How can industry come in to ensure that universities play a pivotal role as international institutions to compete internationally, deploying international benchmark, but rooted in local or no local or need or demand. So this is our target. This is our focus now, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rest assured that we will take you up on that. The representative of GB Foods, your closing thoughts, please, in 30 seconds. Okay. Our time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. I think the major feedback here is that I think the academia as well as NUC, I would advise that we have some sort of tripartite approach with the organized private sector. And what I see in that essence is that we need to work closely with the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Come for our AGM meetings, come and see some of our key needs as the organized private sector. And from there, I believe the sky would eventually be just our starting point in light of our manpower development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished panelists. Thank you very much for your contributions. I start with the representative of the MD of GB Foods, the representative of Professor Ribadu, the Executive Secretary of NUC, the DG of NSITF, Professor Ogunshola, Professor Ajibade, Samson Adioshun. Thank you all very much. The conversations have been very engaging. Like we said, we will not just leave this at talk. I'm sure Adamson is listening quietly. His team is taking notes, and we'll be able to take this forward. If we come back for another summit next year, hopefully Adamson will still be in charge. We will be able to tick the boxes as to what it is that we have done, what we have achieved, and then we look at those things that we have not been able to do and why did we not achieve them. Thank you for the very incisive conversation. God bless you all. Thank you, sir.
Well, the photo session, please. The SSA, Professor Bono, and of course, Comrade Martins Egbanubi, and of course, the TUC President. We cannot thank you so very much, the moderator of this event session. Sincerely yours. We must give it to Malam Ahmed Ladan Goba. Can we please clap for him very much, sincerely? This man has displayed, exhibited his wealth of experience and in-depth knowledge and insight of the subject matter in this regard. We must thank you. So, distinguished eminent guest, it's time now for us to go for lunch. But please, it is a gracious appeal that we should please come back for this breakout session, which is very critical in the communique submission. And you can understand why this is like this. Someone was telling me that when houses of assembly ask for public hearing on matters of concern for the citizenry, that they don't always go there to contribute their quota to the subject matter of interest, as it will affect good governance. But when such policies now is passed into law, affecting them very negatively, they choose to complain and begin to complain. So it is with this. What you have done today, sitting down painstakingly to hear and of course be part of this engagement, will translate and transform into a positive outcome of a policy trust. When it becomes law, will affect this sector. So it's good that you sat, you're sitting, and will come back for us to be part of this breakout session, so that whatever ideas you have, for those who have not been privileged to ask questions, whatever question you want to ask, whatever ideas you have, you can interface with them at the breakout session, and this will add not a minus, it will be a plus to the discourse of the outcome of what the communique will be like. So we are thanking everyone while we go for lunch to please remember that your coming back is very, very important and significant to the outcome of what the communique will be like, that will translate thereafter into the policy trust of how that sector will be governed. We thank everyone, from the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos to all the panelists that were there, contributed, made their mark, impactful one for that matter, and above all, Malam Ahmed, we thank you so very much. You truly exhibited someone deep in this insight. God bless your wisdom, sir. So let's please enjoy our lunch. Good afternoon, everyone, and God bless you. We await you back in a short while. Please, to announce you to please take your, it's not that we are not security conscious or safety, but please take your belongings with you. We please appeal that you take cognizance of that. You please take your belongings with you for security and safety reason. Though we are in good hands, but we don't want to take chances. And so we please plead that distinguished delegates, it's a great honor to welcome you all back. And like we did say before you went for lunch, that what is critical at this time in all we've been saying and all we've said, presentations made, panel sessions addressed, the key point of it that is fundamental, climaxing the end of tomorrow's event, is this very critical one. So in this regard, we are pleased, appealing that as you are returning back from lunch, there are seats already there, well arranged, and we did say that we appeal to you that all that is required of you is to look at the highlights of the subject matter or topic of interest that will capture your fancy. So we crave your honor that you can begin to just take a look at them so that you belong to any of the sessions that have been outlined. We have breakout section, room number 1. For room number 1, we are looking at the topic in view has to do with the topic in view for breakout session room 1 is developing sector specific manpower plans for housing and construction, training, certification, and deployment models. These are the things we will be looking at there. And to moderate that session, in summary, it's about a very reputable, profound man of honor and integrity in the person of Dr. Oluremi Ganiu Shukpein, a distinguished educationist, an author, and equally a management consultant. He was the past executive chairman of the Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board, LASUBEB, and currently the chairman, the chief executive officer of Remtin Associates Limited, a managing consulting firm, a management consulting firm, so to speak. He will be moderating that session. So please, if your interest is on housing and construction, looking at the development of the sector with specific manpower plans and the models discussed, please, your interest area is breakout section room 1, and you can just see them as laid out there. For room 2, to look at designing a digitally enabled manpower ecosystem, what must change in funding curriculum and infrastructure. Dr. Obaro Osa, with all due respect, will be moderating that session. Dr. Obaro Osa, as well noted, is another renowned professional in his own area of specialization, and his interest as a moderator of this is keyed into the understanding of what he stands for. So Dr. Obaro also will be moderating that session diligently for the outcome of what should be submitted to the communique, as a communique to the committee. The third room, breakout session room 3, focusing attention on towards a unified national skills development, architecture, institutional mapping, role clarification, and legal reforms is to be moderated by Honorable Tob Loco. He's the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment in Ondo State. I saw him an earlier ago, and we exchanged pleasantries, and I'm sure he's also in the house. With due respect to you, sir, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment in Ondo State, Honorable Tob Loco, you are to moderate, and you will be moderating the breakout session, room 3. For room 4, we already know who is there, and that is recognizing the moderation and supervision of Dr. Abiodun Akombi, FCCA, FCIB, FCSACA, PhD. Is the Chief Investment Officer, Abuja Investment Company Limited. He will be taking us through the understanding of reimagining the academia industry collaboration. That will be the focus point of the discourse, and of course the shared knowledge that they are about to look into there. Reimagining academia industry collaboration, and with specifics concern and attention to curriculum reform, internships, and research partnerships. These are the 3 areas they will be addressing alongside the discourse. For the last one, breakout session room 5, the topic in view is translating global models into local realities. And what should Nigeria adopt? So if your interest is in that concern, please, you are to join Engineer Dr. Unduka Ofulwe. Sorry, sir, for my pronunciation. Engineer Dr. Unduka Ofulwe. He will be moderating that room 5 breakout session. And please, I think I'm interested in this. What should Nigeria adapt, or reform in manpower development, planning, so to speak? This is very essential and key. So please, we'll be asking all other participants or delegates to please turn back their chair to face the other side to be able to listen to them, as you cannot be backing their discussion. So wherever you are seated, please turn the chair around, and you can face them to be part of the discussion. It's inappropriate and not very comfortable while you are facing me, and you are not participating, or you are not getting along with what they are doing there. So we appeal to all delegates seated, respectfully yours, to please adjust your seating arrangement. You just turn the chair around and be able to address, be part of the discourse. Please, a concern here, if there is anyone, precisely some people who took some belongings, the possession of 1 or 2 cases we've just been told, please, they are respected delegate members who sat in the front seat here. Please, precisely at the back of these sofas, they were seated. There's a case of an Alaja's bag that has been taken. I'm sure, I'm not saying stolen, I said taken, maybe for safety reason, and another one with a frame these handbags with a frame inside. Please, whoever is in possession, for the safety keep of the owners, we please crave your honor, your dignity, your integrity, your credibility, to please help do the needful in returning the bags and the contents therein. We'll be very glad if this is so, because it is not expected and unexpected that at a setting like this, we should have complaints or a breach of safety concern and security concern, please. So please, whoever is in possession of the claims announcement that we've just said, please, if you are in possession, you can bring them to me. I will do the needful by calling on those concerns to take possession of their belongings. We thank you very much as you enjoy your deliberations of the respective breakout sessions. I thank you.
Check.
All right. Please, we should be rounding up. Please, the breakout session time is almost done. We please request that we be rounding off, please. The communique. Please, distinguished, esteemed moderators, please let us start rounding up. We must thank you very graciously for your input, your contributions to add up to what will become the policy framework of the government. Hence, we said that you must be around, you must be seated to take part in it. And this you have done very magnanimously. So please, in another 2 minutes, of a fact, I should ask that we should just round it off now. Let us round up, please. The breakout session is over this time. Thank you, very esteemed moderators. We appreciate your interfacing, your interaction, and the contributions being shared together in the respective areas of the topics being looked at. We thank you again and again. We say merci beaucoup.
I had that card with me. Good evening, madam. The same?
Don't worry, I will get your contact. Just sit down. Give me 2 minutes. Let me just get it. Mommy, good afternoon. I think my... Oh, thank you, Mom. I'm home.
There's a gala night tomorrow, but I don't know if it's for everybody. Gala night. Like I said, Mommy, it's not for everybody to somebody people. No, you are somebody, definitely.
The eyes of
but Mommy, I want to say.
But this is your stand, and
yes.
let me test the blessing.
Okay.
It's not easy for you.
You won't go, ma. Don't worry. You get the card or something.
From you.
I will ask them. I will get it for you. Ma. Don't worry.
For you?
Yes, wait. I will see.
Let me tap this forest.
Sir, and so after this,
I want to check the card. I thought I have the card with me. Okay, wait.
Are you doing vote of thanks after this?
No, it's Mr. the SSC that will do the vote of
So
thanks.
he's going to talk.
Yes, that's what their legal officer has gone to look at. Please let me check the cards here with me.
My sister is not easy. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. I work with a TV station in Lagos. I work with the Lagos State government. I'm a presenter, producer, newscaster, reporter, voiceover. I do all. That's my job. For over 30 years now, that's what I do.